And we are recording.
Okay, welcome everyone. It is February the 20th and it's 9:01 and this is the Planning Advisory Board meeting of the budget presentations continuing from last week. So first order of business will be roll call. Lawrence Blevins.
Present.
Michael DePietro.
Present.
Edward Evans.
Present.
Van Mason. Elizabeth Rossborg.
Present.
And myself, Gus Kurtz, present. So we have 5 members. We have a quorum. I'd like a motion to approve the agenda.
Motion to approve the
So-
agenda. Second.
Second.
Motion's been made and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Motion carries. We don't have any minutes to go over this morning. So with that, welcome everyone, and we'll get right into the budget presentation. And our first presenters this morning are Capital Projects Review, General County, Central Services. So I'll turn the floor over to, it looks like Susan Harold, Nicole Clinton, and Kate Dawson. The floor is yours.
Great, thank you very much. Thanks for sharing, Kate. Good morning, my name is Susan Harold. I'm the Central Services Officer. Here with me today is Nicole Clinton, Deputy Central Services Officer, and Kate Dawson, our Senior Management Assistant. I'd like to thank you for your time today and for your support of Central Services Capital Projects. As a reminder, Central Services is an internal service agency. The priorities for our requests are directly related to our mission, which is to support county agencies through the maintenance and renovation of existing county facilities, the purchase and building of new county facilities, and most importantly, providing opportunities for the citizens of Anne Arundel County through the use of county buildings and facilities. We have no new projects, but you will see an effort to make significant progress on our existing projects and to address the needs for continued investment in our facilities. Okay, next slide. The first project fund we're going to talk about, 443-700, and that's page 4 of your one-pager. This is a multi-year, this is underground storage tank replacement. This is a multi-year program to remove underground storage tanks. This complies with state and federal regulations. And this year it includes the replacement of 2 tanks at the Davidsonville Road Yard. This is an increase over last year of $1.3 million. And the reason for the increase is these tanks are the last remaining single wall tanks in the county. When the tank replacement ongoing many years ago, 10 years ago, in 2016, a decision was made not to replace them and just sort of modify the tops. But these tanks are now 25 years old. And so while the life expectancy is capped at 25 to 30 years, we consider it environmental risk and would like to have them replaced in this fiscal year. So our total ask for FY27 is $1.4 million, and that would remains $100,000 in each of the out years.
Susan, I'd like to ask a question.
You may, thank you.
Number one, that's on page 1 of our highlighter report. But are those tanks, those 25-year-old tanks, are they concrete tanks?
No, I don't think so. They're single wall. They're described. Let me tell you. I have the information.
And how many gallons do those tanks hold?
These are UST single wall tanks. I do not know how many gallons. These are, very large. You can see the picture here. Kate, thank you.
They're 10,000 gallon tanks, I believe.
Okay, thank you. So they're plastic tanks.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, Fund 4435, Facility Renovation and Relocation. This is on page 5. This is a large part of what we do in our everyday facilities management. Departments and tenants actually ask each year, we send out a request in the fall for new requests to have work done in different areas of the county. Based on those requests, we make a project list, we program it out in each fiscal year. But as you can imagine, emergencies come up, unforeseen circumstances, and we have to make adjustments to our programming. When that happens, we get a backlog, so our projects continue to exceed our budget request. We are requesting a little over $1 million more than fiscal year 26. Typically, the ask is the programming is $850,000. Also, due to the increase on the project list and the cost of basically doing these repairs and renovations, we are asking to increase our budget requests on the out years to $1 million in each fiscal year. So even with this increase this year and the next coming years, we will continue to have a backlog in the maintenance. So Kate, we usually give you sort of a representative list of types of projects we do out of this fund. So you can see in this fund, we do flooring and carpet, paint, repairs, countertops, kitchens, those types of things. Okay. 5378 is county facilities and systems upgrades. These are the large county systems and facilities that are at the end of their useful life or need to be brought up to standards. Again, we take our project list and we program each fiscal year, but things continue to fail. Over the last few years, we have seen an increase of HVAC failures and necessary repairs. Our projects continue to exceed our budget request, and our costs continue to grow. In FY27, we are asking for $4.1 million more than our FY26 funding, which was $6.5 million. And in our out year funding, we are switching our request to programmed amounts as opposed to the traditional $6.5 million. Specifically, we are going to begin a project. We'd like to begin a project to replace all of the windows at the Heritage Office Complex. Because of the very large price tag, we are going to phase this in over 4 years. And so in 1 year, we will have program or design, and the next year would have construction for all 4 buildings. So it's basically a 5-year project. So that would be, we are programming $250,000 in FY20 in this current fiscal year for study and design. And then it's going to be approximately $1 million per building in FY28 through 31. So I'm going to ask Kate to go to the next slide. So in addition to those, these are in this fund. These are the very large projects that we do with this funding: roof replacements, window replacements, generators, large projects. Okay, thanks. The next is 571700. This is parking garage repair and renovation. This covers the Whitmore in Annapolis and the Glen Burnie garage. The Whitmore garage is currently under renovation now. There have been some increased cost. Once you get into a project, sometimes you find things that are going to cost a little bit more. And we've also included some increased funding here for the Glen Burnie garage. In this fiscal year, there was a study that was conducted by the Resilience Authority in coordination with Economic Development for the Glen Burnie Town Center Revitalization Plan, and it identified some renovations that would be necessary in the Glen Burnie garage That includes exterior upgrades, accessible parking, some code upgrades, as well as some other functional improvements. So in FY27, we are asking for an additional $1.4 million over the prior year to add those improvements for the Glen Burnie garage. The current estimate includes most of the recommended upgrades on the garage improvement. We are going to focus on exterior upgrades, lighting, and code compliance. The facade is being worked on currently in FY26 in Glen Burnie.
I have a quick question about that. Would you be able to separate the price tags on both those garages?
Yes.
Thank you.
Spreadsheet of scope and cost. Kate, can we get that before the? Okay. Okay, the next fund is 571-800. This is the Millersville garage renovation. This renovation will occur after the completion of the fire maintenance facility. The design has already been funded, and this includes construction in FY28. There is a slight overall reduction in our cost, but there is no funding in FY27, so they're shifting funding for construction out to FY28. $57900 is Ralph Bunch Center renovation. This is, as a reminder, this is the renovation and the rehabilitation of a community center in South County. When it's completed, it will be a community center. It will have pre-K and some county services. There was some slight cost increase over the estimates that were, I think, 3 or 4 years old. They're working to do some value engineering right now, but as it stands, the total ask for FY27 is $1.8 million, and there would be no funding in the out years. They hope to have it would be complete in FY27. $5857 is the Circuit Courthouse renovation. We have a really nice graphic up here for you. This is an ongoing multi-year renovation of the courthouse. The revised reduction in scope equals about a $2 million saving for FY27. You can see for FY27, it's mostly construction of the roof and elevators and some design for LED lighting. So the total for FY27 is $4.1 million and remains the out years $2.5 million. Okay. So we just have some ongoing projects. There's no really change in here, but we'll give you an update. It does have funding for FY27, but there's no really change in cost or scope. The EV charging stations and other green technology is programmed $660,000 per year. We're adding that to FY32. The ADA retrofit and installation is $250,000 per year, and that adds to FY32. The Glen Burnie Plaza redevelopment, there's no change in funding. And then the fire equipment maintenance facility reduces funding actually in FY27 by $648,000. And that is my full presentation.
Thank you very much.
Question?
I do have a question. I don't know whether it falls under your scope or not, but there was a building in Glen Burnie owned by the county that has the foundation issues. The foundations is settling.
Yes.
What do you have any update on that?
I do. So the community college currently leases that building. There may be some county storage there, but the community college's HCAT program is there. They will be relocating back to the campus, the Arundel campus, that program in the next few years. So the cost to bring that building up to invest a lot of money is cost prohibitive. So once the community college vacates, we'll make a decision at that time on what to do with the building. But we're not going to put significant investment in it at this time. So we are doing small things to sort of keep the building up to, some standards, but we're not at this time making any significant investments.
So I don't see a project line item for that. So does that mean the county is going to demo the building, abandon the building, just hasn't been determined, or is there a study done?
There was a study done several years ago, which is when the decision was made not to make the significant investments in the building. But as to what we will do with the building is not determined yet.
Okay, is that building surrounded by other buildings that the county does not own?
It is surrounded by, yes, sir, it is. There are a couple, I think there's a shopping center there in front of that building. And then the building behind it we own, where the state's attorney currently resides.
Okay.
Isn't that part of the Glen Burnie Town Center redevelopment plan? Is that building in that?
No, that is
Area?
the redevelopment plan, as I understand it, is specific to the town center, the outside plaza. It's the plaza redevelopment. So there's a large project going on at the Sarah Carter building, which you may know as Arundel Center North. And then there's going to be work done in the specific plaza area, the outside area.
The outside area, but not the building, because the building's right there.
Not that building is not included in that project.
Okay, thank you.
It does border that
That plaza,
revitalization.
yeah,
It does.
that's what I thought.
Mhm.
How long has the county owned that building?
I would have to get that information for you. I'm not sure.
Okay, board members, any other questions?
I have to ask a quick question about your EV charging. What is the other green technologies? What does that mean?
So other green technology. So we, as you know, the county executive has an executive order for to be renewable by 2030. So in order to, I can tell you that for the most part, that funding is going towards the EV project. But if necessary, in our efforts to be renewable by 2030, we have several projects. We can either purchase renewable SRECs, if you will, but we are using those funds to do energy efficient projects to save the county money, basically, on electric and other utilities.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Sure.
Board members, any other questions?
On the heritage window replacement, are those the original windows?
Yes.
Do we anticipate a savings, a yearly savings on like energy efficiency?
We do. And we've had significant problems with leaking. So it's not just the windows, it's the windows and the casement. It's not a simple project, but there's a lot of leaks, and not just of wind and energy, but actual rain that comes in, gets in the roof, leaks down the walls. It's getting very expensive.
Understood. Thank you.
And I'd like to note, there's two projects that there were decreased costs on, so we do appreciate that. And with considering the budget, that's the Millerville garage renovation and the circuit courthouse. So we like to see that.
As do we.
And a question I do have on 5378, county facilities and systems upgrade. Is the new program number going to be $8 million going forward? Because it looks like it was 6.5 budgeted over the last 5 years. And now the request, and I understand that there's some increase for the scope of work, but what is going forward on that? What is going to be the programmed number?
Kate, can you respond to?
Sure. For the next couple years, the program number fluctuates a little bit because we have programmed out those heritage windows. So it's not a flat number every year. After those are complete, the standard number that we've asked for in the past is 6.5 million, like you said, just the same as 4435. We do think we need to increase that. We're asking for more every year. And so the program number should probably increase from 6.5 to around 8, if not higher, just for the cost of projects going up overall. But the next couple years are fluctuating because of the program that we've created for the heritage windows. Does that answer the question?
Yes, thank you. Yep.
And I hate to say it, you did say you were phasing that project, correct? The window project?
Yeah,
so
it would be. Yeah, go ahead.
go ahead, Kate.
Oh,
No,
sorry.
it's we're starting with a study and starting design this year to do the study to figure out exactly what the best phasing is and all of that. But we would do a design and construction for one building each year. So design for 2660 this year or next year, actually. And then the following year would be design for the next building and construction on 2660. So it would 1 year, one building each year.
Right. And then when you do that, are you adjusting the roof or putting a whole new roof?
The roof is not included. This is just the windows and the casement.
Okay, she had said something about leaking through the roof as well, so I was just seeing if those were going to.
I'm sorry, ceilings.
Okay,
Not
all right.
ceilings, yeah.
I was like,
Ceilings.
no, that's
Sorry,
might want to do it at the
Ceiling.
same time. Okay,
yeah,
understood.
not the roof, yeah. Mhm.
All right, thank you, understood.
Okay, board members, any other questions? No? Okay, well, with that, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Alrighty, moving forward, we're a couple minutes ahead of time. The next presentation is Capital Projects Review of Roads, Bridges, Traffic Control, and School Offsite, the Department of Public Works. And Mrs. Karen Henry will present along with her group. And there's a number of folks. You can introduce them. And if she's ready, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I'm not seeing Karen, but I do see our usual folks for roads and bridges. So Alex, Nestor, Blake should be joining us panelists any second.
It looks like on our one pager, there's some different pages on that. So.
So Alex, Nestor, Blake, whenever
Very good.
you join us. Perfect.
Chris and Jessica, thank you very much. It's board members, we appreciate always this opportunity to join you and present our capital budget. Bear with me one quick moment and I will share my slides and we'll get started. Okay. Just confirming you can see my slides, Jessica?
Yeah, you're
great.
good.
Okay, very good. Again, I will start off with the Bureau of Highways projects that we're responsible for, roads and the related appurtenance work. David Braun typically will present to you bridges and dredging, and we'll proceed as you direct. But I would like to start just by recapping some of our long-range capital plans. First, we continue to pursue consolidating 6 staff road operations facilities down to 3 staff facilities. Southern District was rebuilt and funded in FY08. We have funding in the current program for a new Western County Road Operations Yard that was funded in 21. And in the future, we'll reassess and study the Eastern District so that we have 3 hubs, consolidating staff, and not having the liability of 6 obsolete structures will go to 3. We're looking to consolidate traffic engineering and our maintenance elements into a single modern data-driven traffic operations center. We are in the construction document design phase, which is the last design phase, and looking to go construction next year, ideally. We're looking to maintain our county road network in a state of good repair, and a number of our requests will relate specifically to that mandate, as we are, truly a maintenance organization and operations focused organization. We continue to invest in resilient infrastructure, enhance ADA accessibility, and incorporating multimodal transportation and accommodations, as well ensuring that all of our investments in the road network and all of its appurtenances meet regulatory requirements. So all of those things drive our capital requests. Beginning with the 8 or so standalone highways capital projects, I'll speak to just 4 today that have either changes or increases requested in the current program. Additional salt storage, College Parkway improvements, Outing Avenue retaining walls, and the Shore and Beach Road improvements. So beginning on page 18, I'll start with our additional salt storage capacity, which we've made progress in and served us well in this latest storm. With the ice and snow that was here for a significant amount of time, we used up approximately 70% of our salt supply responding to that event, and we had another forecasted event that weekend. It did not come to fruition, but we still had sufficient salt in order to meet county needs, which is the ultimate goal. The funding here, we are asking to shift $455,000 from FY27 into FY29 for a total of $1.262 million in the FY29 budget year, and that is to complete a new salt barn at the new West County Road Operations Facility. Since it's a specialized structure, it's not part of the capital project, but it would be a quick follow-on to meet that need, and that is what this funding's requested for. I'm sorry, that did not move the way I had anticipated. I will take us back to the appropriate slide. Moving from 18 to page 142, we have the College Parkway Improvements Project, which will implement the strategies developed by the College Parkway Operational Safety Study. You can see to the right an operational safety and study map. In red, we have a number of failing elements and phases in various intersections down the College Parkway corridor. In terms of our safety, we have a crash severity heat map on the bottom right. We have a mix of property damage, some possible injuries, some confirmed injuries, and some disabled folks as a result of crashes at that intersection. The roadway ranks about 8th on crash history across the entire county. That intersection is high within the top 25 worst that we track. It's definitely up there. And this project was a prior unfunded priority, and we're requesting funding in this program. The community is very engaged, and traffic engineering has tried to implement and has implemented a number of mitigations, but we're really at the limit of what we can do operationally, and are requesting a dedicated project to move forward with these strategies and project improvements. Moving next to our Outing Avenue retaining walls project on page 152. This project will design, construct replacements for deteriorated timber and masonry retaining walls down Outing Avenue, and importantly, preserve access to the Greenhaven Wharf and stabilize this roadway and its access for the long term. You can see a cross section on the bottom right of our proposed plan. We have a soldier pile to the left, holding up a high embankment, and the topography climbs that allow some parking for adjacent residences, and a travel lane north and a travel lane south, and then a Jersey barrier wall on the opposite side. we're requesting just a balance based on updated cost estimates of $82,000 in FY27. And that brings us to Shore and Beach Road improvements on page 155. You may have again seen this in prior years, but we are requesting some funding changes based on updated project cost estimates now that we are further along in design. We're asking to increase from 152,000 prior approved in 27 to 573, and in FY28 from 2.742 to 3.218 million. We have a cross-section schematic in the upper right and a location map below, which shows the corridor leading down to Triton Beach Park, which has been really kind of a recent, really nice park project that adjacent to Saunders Point. So that concludes the standalone projects under Bureau of Highways Management, and moving to our multi-year projects. I'll start with the projects that comprise the DPW highways pavement and masonry program. So collectively, but just speak to the three that have changes in funding: road resurfacing, road reconstruction, and masonry reconstruction. I'm going to start on page 143 with road resurfacing. Our last complete 6-year program increase was provided in FY22. For the FY27 to 32 program, we're requesting $16.583 million per fiscal year. That is a $2.408 million increase, and that increase equates to less than 17% over the FY22 program. But our inflation, our CPI increase applied to our contract renewals over that same period was almost 26%. So we are trying to increase the base funding level so that we can match the program and have stability over the term, because these are forward-looking projects. Communities have resurfacing and reconstruction, and they really bank on those things. And volatility in funding is something that is difficult to go to communities and say, well, I'm sorry, your project got bumped. So that the higher threshold versus one-time monies really helps us execute an effective program and align with community outreach, as well as the buying power increase is necessary just because of the costs that have changed since FY22. That takes us next to road reconstruction on page 145, and this is our most complex work. We may essentially entirely rebuild roadways from right-of-way to right-of-way line, curb, gutter, storm drain, sidewalks, side paths, the road pavement itself, signalization, crosswalks, really you name it. And the last time our complete program increase was provided was FY22. Between 27 and 32, we're requesting 13.067 million, a 1.692 million increase. Again, that equates to less than a 15% increase over the prior funding level. However, the CPI increases that were applied to our contract renewals in the same period was almost 26%. So we lose buying power each year, and we're looking to recoup that, as well as provide a new floor for the program for planning. That brings us to our masonry reconstruction program on page 146. The last complete 6-year program increase was in FY23. We're requesting 1.5 million per fiscal year, and this is primarily reactive program work. The average is 130 to 140 work orders per year. We spend about 8,500 to 9,000 on each work order, which is kind of a package project. Currently, we have 180 work orders in backlog. That equates to about a 12 to 18 month lead time. We're trying to eliminate the backlog and bring us back to our traditional targeted 6-month replacement repair response and sustain that over the next 6-year fiscal period. This kind of work is often triggered by the public community feedback. There are eyes and ears out there, as well as slip, trip, and fall claims against the county in which we need to respond and reconstruct masonry so that we're compliant in that regard. I will take us then to our next set of multi-year projects in our traffic control program. And of the 8 that comprise our program, I'll speak to just 2 today: traffic signal modifications and new traffic signals. So we'll start on page 213 with traffic signal modifications. And so this project upgrades and replaces our existing traffic control equipment, which is obsolete, outdated, or non-maintainable, as well as related services needed to operate the signal system. The last increase in this program was in FY17. We are requesting an increase for the 27 to 31 program or 32 program to 700,000 per fiscal year. That reflects the fact that our new typical cost for a signal reconstruction is about 300,000 per location. The funding request would allow us to do 2 locations, importantly, per year instead of 1. It also would still have enough funding in there to do with the normal turnover of obsolete equipment across the entire signal system. Now, we did some benchmarking. Howard County's budget is about 1.95 million. Their system is smaller than ours. Baltimore County's budget is 1.5 million. Prince George's County's budget is 3.0 million. So we've been able to make the dollars provided really go a long way. But we do have at this point 38 intersections that are over 30 years old. That means we will start to realize failures, and we need to get ahead of that curve and stay proactive. You'll see a couple of photos of evidence of deterioration at a few locations, and one of our local jurisdictions had a consequence of failure of losing their mast arms and their signal system down in Bethesda Row, and that just makes a mess of everything. It's not quick and easy to replace. These things have a long lead time, and that is both unsafe if it comes down in a vehicle, and will take that intersection out of operation for an extended period. Speaking to that goal of 2 replacements per year, we participated in the Baltimore Metropolitan Council's traffic signal inspection project, and they looked at sort of 15 of our 38 or so of primary concern, identified 6 that truly qualified and needed to be reconstructed. So with the new funding, that would allow us to retire these liabilities in a 3-year time period. We have at West Ordnance Road, Jennifer Road, Benfield Boulevard, Greenway Southeast, Bay Ridge, as well as Riva Road at Aristide Allen. So these are major corridors that we need to address and that this funding will allow us to move forward on. All right, and that brings us to new traffic signals. So that is for the construction of new rather than existing signals and equipment across the county roadway network, as well as our associated software upgrades and intelligent transportation system components, such as our video detection and monitoring, automated counts, and intelligent communication systems to coordinate signals. And that technology is something that we're really trying to lean into to maximize the efficiency and throughput on our signalized corridors. Our last increase was in FY16, and in between 27 and forward in the program, we're requesting 500,000 per year. That reflects a new typical cost for new signals between 250 and 340,000. And our current funding doesn't allow us to do that, as well as implement the hardware and software required to implement new technologies such as the AI video detection that we utilize, as well as adaptive signal control for congestion reduction. Our 2 really first rollouts of that level of technology is Riva Road and Forest Drive. Ultimately, we're looking to move to probably at least 18 of the major corridors in the county. Currently, we have 1 new signal ready to go, subject to available funding. We have 2 under design, and we have 1 under study. And with that, I'll just highlight, we always like to have some funding returned, and we have 3 in this current program: Oakwood and Old Mill Boulevard, the River Drive Stone Revetment Project, and Andover Road site distance, returning approximately 400,000. And with that, that concludes my presentation. I see Karen has joined us in case she has any comments. Other than that, I'll pass it over to my colleagues.
Just quickly, thank you so much, Alex,
Thank you very
for
much.
laying out all of our many things. And I apologize for being late for the meeting. And we're here to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. First and foremost, I'd like to comment on the recent snow. I think it was probably the hardest snow to remove and to work with that I've ever encountered in 30 or 40 years. So I know it was a tough job, and I think you did a really good job considering the the snow versus 2 or 3 inches of ice layer on top of it. So good job with that. And I'm glad you didn't run out of salt.
Me too. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. The team worked very hard, and I will pass those comments along.
And it was close on the salt.
Yeah.
It needed a lot of salt. But thank you so much for saying that, because the team works so hard and they're not often recognized for what they do. So we really appreciate hearing that.
Yeah, we have a bet as to how long some of these piles of snow are going to be here.
Yes, me too. I'm saying May. Is anybody calling out May for these huge piles?
Anyway, board members, any questions? Elizabeth?
So again, I want to thank you for the tremendous effort that you made during that snowstorm. And I had a particular issue that I wrote in on, and it was at the corner of Arnold Road and Route 2. And it was interesting because we had put out that if you had anything to let you guys know, because obviously you don't know every place in the county. And I did, and I sent in pictures, and within 24 hours, it was clear, and you were then able to make another turn because it was down to 1 lane versus 3 lanes. And so I really commend you on your quick response and being able to have that community involvement and access so that we could let you know places that needed additional attention. So, well, kudos to you all for that. Thank you. I do have a comment, and the board has heard this before, but I do want to be on the record because impact fees and trying to make improvements. We've had 10 developments on the Broadneck Peninsula recently that have not gone towards improving the roads. And one of your biggest projects is College Parkway improvements. And so we're glad to see that funding is put in. I hope it will stay because those are desperately needed improvements. And I know that they have some impact fees that are going towards it. And I think that, and you're going to get to the safe routes to schools, which is another issue for us on the Broadneck Peninsula. So thank you for addressing that. I've been part of that College Parkway study group, and I'm glad to see that the money is finally going to make some improvements. So I just want to be on the record for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Board members, any other questions?
This is just a basic question. Any idea on how much road will be positively impacted from a paving perspective with this budget, from a miles perspective? I know it's broad, but just curious.
Sure. Typically, we will touch at least 100 miles of roadway per year. Now, a good portion of that is going to be preventative maintenance, right? It's a lot lower cost. We can cover a lot more territory. If you're talking road reconstruction, we're talking, 3 miles, 6 miles, that kind of magnitude. A bit larger for the road resurfacing, where we're replacing the top course of asphalt. And then the much larger portion of that, say 80 miles of the 100 or so would be more of a preventative maintenance resurfacing. But I can get you firmer numbers. Blake Lightcap's on the call, and he can get you more precise figures if needed.
Hey, Blake, if you can share that with the board, that'd be great.
Yes, I'd be happy to do that. Yep.
Thank you.
So I also have one. First, I guess, good job on the roads, but now that we have this budget and you did cover a lot of information, would you be able to put that in a prioritization form type of thing? What you think is most important?
We can certainly work on that. And are you really just envisioning the projects that we presented today and looking for what we felt would be most important and essentially in order?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay.
If I may just make a point about that. So these road projects that Alex presented are competing with parks and fire stations and police stations. And, the roads are like the vital infrastructure that just makes our county move technically, figuratively and you know, well, I'm got my words mixed up, but I think you know what I mean. And so we can work on that, but I think you're going to be looking at prioritization of the overall county general fund request for capital projects. And I would hope you would look at transportation projects as one of the highest priorities for the county. But we will be happy to work within our request to give you something.
Great. Thank you for the note. And then thank you, Naomi, for the note. And then I remember meeting your whole team at the budget meeting. So I appreciate you, Miss Karen, and I hope to see you again. And good job on the start as well. And I did notice that of the three centralization that you have, it is in the east, the west, and the south. Is there one for the north coming? Because it is a pretty up and down long rather than east and west long kind of state or county.
Sure, understood. Let me put it this way. Our allied agency police department does in fact have 4 districts, and they have a northern district. We're not resourced at the same level, so we are able to support 3 districts. And our eastern and western districts both share essentially that North County territory. They split around I-97 and 895, and they each have a side, and then they cover the east and the west. And then Southern District for us is essentially Route 50 and below. And so that's how we're organized.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay.
Board members, any questions? Any other questions?
Yeah, for the signalization, as part of the modernization, is the county going wireless with signals?
Nestor Flores is my chief of traffic engineer, and he's not on this call at the moment, I don't believe, but we are using fiber optic hardline connection to the majority of our signals. And those that are remote, we're using a cellular connection, a form of wireless. We're not using RF radio, we're using cellular. And that is our current footprint and the technology we're using.
Yeah, so is the idea that you would eventually go all to cellular?
We have interconnection communication between signals, but typically we're using the county network, internal network to do that. And that allows us to start making those signals talk to each other, as well as monitoring side streets. And then we're able to change timing on phases and maximize the throughput down the main lines, basically reducing congestion. But again, we're generally doing that over fiber optics now. It's very robust, it's reliable, and it's very fast. And it doesn't take a lot of power.
Thank you.
I'm here, Alex. So yes,
Oh,
we primarily relying on the fiber optic network from the county, right? So because the connectivity is more stable. We have locations where there is no fiber nearby, it would be too expensive to connect to fiber. We have leveraged cellular data, and we are pretty confident that we get pretty good service there. We are certain locations where we won't be able to do anything. As you know, we do have some dead spots in the county with cellular as well. So those are considered isolated intersections that required putting eyes, and touching it by hand almost 100% of the time. But we have made a lot of progress. So we are about 95% communication to every signalized intersection. So, which is a big change since beginning of, my career, where we had to have a lot of eyes and hands on physically. So now we have a central system where we can monitor each controller. We can log you directly into the face of the controller from a laptop, where we can do it from teleworking opportunities or from the small traffic operations center we have at 2662. So technology is progressing, and we try to leverage that as much as possible.
Thank you very much. Well, one last question I have is, due to the severity of the winter with the really low temperatures, do you anticipate once we kind of thaw out and all the snow's gone, that that you may have an emergency request to come back for some funding to some damage that was done that is not our normal typical winter?
Well, thank you for the question. The costs will be very high for this winter. The conditions, as you mentioned, were very challenging, required extended operations, a tremendous amount of salt, salt brine, calcium chloride, and a lot of hours, including from contractors. So that the county's prepared for, and it has a mechanism to handle that reimbursement. In terms of hard infrastructure, I'm expecting a lot of potholes, a lot of pavement damage that will come out of this winter. But I'm not. We will certainly have water main breaks and sewer lane breaks that may continue. They've been relatively modest, I would say. And Karen has more insight into that than I. But I'm not expecting anything beyond really the normal pavement impacts from a really hard winter that we get on the infrastructure side of things. And I'll defer to Blake or Nestor if you have anything that you want to add to that.
Yeah, Blake Lakehap here, DPW Highways. I would emphasize the potholes for sure, and really that we partner with the public. And we're not all knowing and can't see the potholes. So when they pop up, especially the severe ones, the sooner we're made aware, the sooner we can get on them. We have a operating metric. We try to get out there in 24 or 48 hours at the latest to temporarily repair a pothole. And then we look to permanently repair it as soon as possible thereafter, but definitely within the next few months. So on the roadway front, that's really the biggest impact from a freeze-thaw cycle in the winter.
Thank you, Blake. Board members, any other questions?
I have one more question, and this is just an environmental follow-up curiosity. Do we collect any of those big snow piles, put them in dump trucks, and then take the dump truck and dispose of that snow? I've seen that done other places. I don't know if we do that in Anne Arundel County.
We typically do not. We typically plow and push snow to a location where it can sit until it can melt naturally, and then typically we get the benefit of whatever treatment is there, whether it be just the grass or our storm drain system.
Okay, following up on that, is there any initiative to try and collect all this salt before it runs into the Chesapeake Bay?
There is, if there is a lot of residue, we will put a street sweeper out or a spill of but in terms of just your normal application, there really is not an effective methodology for that. So once you use it, you're committed to it. And that's why we work really hard to minimize our salt use. We have invested in a lot of technology to have smart, automated, computer-controlled salt spreaders in our dump trucks that moderate based on speed and turn off at the stoplights or at a pause. And we're not always putting salt out like the old hydraulic systems. We report to the Maryland Department of the Environment. They track carefully what we do. We have certain metrics that have to be followed, and we have drafted and implement a salt management plan that talks about practices, technology, salt application use, training, and all of those components, because it is a balancing act. There is a negative consequence to us putting salt out, and we balance that with the safety and mobility of the road network.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So I am currently in Vermont. We have a second home in Vermont, and they don't use salt at all. And you can imagine how much snow we get up here.
Right.
So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Certainly.
Board members, any other questions? Okay, with that, Karen and Alex and everyone else, thank you very much for your presentation.
I think we're next going to the bridges presentation, which is still DPW, but I think they mentioned David Braun will be doing that one.
Yep.
Awesome.
Okay, David.
Good morning.
Good morning.
David Braun, Engineer Administrator with the Department of Public Works. The get this together here. You should be seeing the screen now. For bridges, we don't have a whole lot to go over on this. Couple plus positive points from the budget side that we'll get to. Just a reminder from the program standpoint, we currently have 88 bridges in the county inventory that we're responsible for maintenance and ultimately replacement of when needed. An additional 2 are under construction by development, and they'll be added once they're completed and accepted. The federal bridge program is what we use to fund our bridge replacement projects. And that is basically 80% construction funding provided by the federal program through SHA on the projects that qualify. We do inspections of every structure at a minimum of every 2 years. 24 months is the requirement. The scoring mechanism was changed over the last couple of years on how we identify bridges as good, fair, poor condition. So it's not as straightforward as it once was to just say, oh, this rating of a 45 means the bridge is poor. It doesn't work that way anymore. At this point, there are separate inspections results for the deck, the foundation, and the structure of each facility. And if any of those fall below a certain threshold, the structure is considered to be in, let's say, fair or poor condition. That would then qualify it for the federal aid program. We currently have 4 bridges that are either serious or poor in the rating concerns. All 4 of those are in the program for replacement. One of them, the McKendree Road over Lions Creek, is actually under construction and should be done in the next couple months. And the other 3 we're working through the design phase on. Overall, there are 12 structures in the fair condition, which is the next, after serious then poor, then fair, the next serious condition, which does allow for construction funding, and the other structures that are in our program are all in that category. So from a budgetary standpoint, good news, first part of good news is there's no new projects here. We're still working with all of the same projects we've been working with over the last year or 2 now. We have as you see, these are the projects that have changes to them. Most of them are relatively minor, either adding the FY32 funding to the multi-year projects or minor increases in the design costs for the structures that are under design. The other part of what I will say, the good news is the last 2 listed on this page here, Town Center Boulevard and Patuxent Road Bridge, we had in our program for work based on inspections that were done 2 years ago. And as we got them approved and have gotten into the actual design and inspection again from a what would need to be done standpoint, both of those projects are going to be canceled and not needed. One of them, the Town Center Boulevard Bridge, which is actually a multi-culvert facility, actually had some repairs done to it that address the concerns over a long-term basis, so we don't need to do a full replacement of that structure anymore. And the other one, the Patuxent Road Bridge over Little Patuxent River, as we got into looking at the problems with, which was primarily decking concerns before, and we actually did some LiDAR investigation of the structure, and it was found that most of the issue was just superficial. So minor repairs and repaving will take care of that structure. And that is everything I have on the bridge program, and be glad to answer any questions you have.
David, thank you very much. I have no questions. Board members, any questions? Okay, thank you.
I have 2 other one-off things that don't fall under any other categories that I'll go over if you bear with me for just a minute. Jessica, is Claudia Roll in the?
I did not see Claudia last time I checked. We emailed her to ask her if she's able to hop on, and we'll keep an eye out for her.
Okay. So before we do that, then I don't have a presentation for this one, but I'm going to get to where my references are. But in the highlighter, the school offsite project, which is the project is actually called Safe Routes to School. That's page 26 of the highlighter. This is one of those projects that is used along with some of the others that Brian reported on for the Office of Transportation. That's primarily a sidewalk installation program. This one is based on projects that are identified by county schools that are needed, and also now incorporating the results of the first Safe Routes to School study that was done on about 17 schools through the area. And we're also now working on the phase 2 study of another, I think, 18 schools this time that will identify other improvements, all of which are meant to address issues to try to encourage pedestrian access for the students to the schools, through sidewalks, crosswalks, safety improvements, various things like that. So one of the reasons I wanted to focus on this year is, in addition to the sidewalk program projects that Brian mentioned that they're requesting an increase for in their multi-years. Same thing is the case for the Safe Routes to School project. That's been funded at $500,000 a year. And frankly, in today's world and with the types of projects that are being identified, that doesn't get a whole lot done with a sidewalk installation. So the program that we've put together now shows an increase to 1.5 million in FY27. That's basically an additional $1 million needed for the construction of the Arundel Beach Road sidewalk to Folger McKenzie school that has been under design for a while. We're just finishing up all the right-of-way requirements on that, so hopefully we'll be ready for construction on that sidewalk in FY27. And then for the rest of the program, we're looking at an increase in the program to $1 million a year from $500,000 a year, which is consistent also with what Brian is doing with his other sidewalk programs of going from $500,000 to $1 million a year. And with like I said, with the number of projects and the type of work that's required on these projects, it's really needed to get any of these done on any kind of a timely basis. The installing a new sidewalk these days, unless it's in front of maybe one property, it's not just installing the sidewalk anymore. We still got all of the permitting issues to deal with, just like normal projects, including having to provide stormwater management facilities, even in developed areas. So it's just become more and more of a struggle to try to get these projects completed. We got a number of them done last year, finally, after a couple of years of saving up funding and getting everything done, both around the new high school and Newport Road, and also then a number of other projects that have kind of been on hold that all seemed to break free and we got done last summer. So there was a lot of progress made on those. And we like to keep that momentum going, and it's a program that really gets a lot of push from schools, transportation, and area residents in all of these areas. So that's my push on Safe Routes to School. If you have any questions about that.
Okay, thank you, David. Are there any questions? Elizabeth?
So thank you, David. I appreciate that. And I have learned a lot about these safe routes to schools because we have had development very close to Arnold Elementary School within a mile. And so I think it's school policy that if you're within a mile that you can walk and that you don't have to have a bus. But the problem was there was no safe route to the school And it can't just be wood path or anything else. It has to be ADA compliant. It has to be plowable, just like with the snowstorm and everything else. And it wasn't built by the development when it was done, which it should have been. But it's expensive, like you said, and I had no idea that that was what was required to be done. And I just want to put on the record for OPZ to require these safe routes to school to be built in the future by the developer if they're within a mile of a school, or even, I guess a mile has to be a mile. But it is key. And I know people talked about it, especially even with bicycles, even biking. We do 2 bike to school days a year, and every other time there's no safe way for the kids to get to school. And so I think it's very, very important to make that a requirement for future development. Thank you.
I will also say that you're right about the distances, and it changes by school age as to what the distances are for mandatory, well, or no bus service, basically, the way it is. But also, each of the schools has a specific walk zone created around it that the school in the past has generated based on where their students from, natural barriers to the area, and all that. And our studies are really identified on focusing on those walk zones and expanding those whenever we can.
So how does that affect like the new high school out, the old mill replacement? Have they, I mean, there's a ton of development out there. Are there sidewalks for that?
If you remember that Brian had a project from the Office of Transportation study for Stevenson Drive sidewalks.
Okay.
That's for that walk area. And we actually got started on that a year or two ago, knowing that all of these projects, if we did them, needed to be constructed by time for school to open in 2028. So we've been working on that. That's what we did on the new high school on Newcut Road also. We were ended up being a few months behind on that due to short notice of getting it put together. But basically looked at the immediate walk zone around the school and said, there's 5 roads here we need to get sidewalks on by the time the school opens. And we were able to get those done by October of that year.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Board members, any other questions or comments?
Well, I guess I live by Brooklyn Park Middle School, and so that's a tough one when it's right there on Ritchie Highway. What kind of considerations or upgrades do you think that could happen when you have to cross a state highway like that?
That's a good question. And to be honest with you, it changes depending on who you talk to. We have a couple things in Brooklyn Park that we're working on. One is that school and some others in the area have been studied under the Safe Routes to School area, but we're also trying to address things like the Ritchie Highway issues and maybe Hammond's Lane and a couple others under the Brooklyn Park improvements that the Office of Transportation is also sponsoring. So there's some overlap there, and we have a number of different ways to try to get community groups, agencies, government groups, everybody together to work out the best way to do that. But yeah, Ritchie Highway is one of those things that when I mentioned that when you develop the walk zones, there are some natural barriers. Sometimes it's rivers or a forest. Oftentimes it's a road like that. So it's something that continues to get direction, and we have currently a specific child project under the Brooklyn Park project that we've called the Ritchie Highway Vision, the Corridor Vision project, to try to really come up with the best ways to answer that. And we're early on in the process of meeting with stakeholders on that.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Now, one of the things I'd like to note, there's been a lot of building, a tremendous amount of new construction on Marley Neck Boulevard. And there's anticipation that there's going to be a new school built there. So I'm wondering how that calculates into the equation as far as requirements for sidewalks when the school is not built currently, but will be built in the future.
So that's a very good question. We try to stay on top of areas like that. And actually, I can say in this case, Marley Neck Boulevard is one of those places that we're working on already. There is an H-class project to provide road improvements along Marley Neck Boulevard, and that includes a shared use path from the developments to Canyon Springs Lane. And I believe that in the Canyon Springs development, the sidewalks throughout it. But we would certainly be working with the school board when they get closer to having an actual project there to figure out what else needs to be done that we can get in place before the school opens.
Okay, thank you. Board members, any other questions? All right, is there anything else from?
Yeah, I've still got at least two more.
Okay.
And Claudia is on the call, so
yes,
we're all good to go for
thank
animal.
you. So let me move forward to a brand new one for us, for the county, and introduce Claudia Roll as part of this. She is the new director of animal services. I think she's there. So what we've been looking at, there had been, if you paid attention or heard the reports from a bunch of town halls over the last couple of years, there have been a lot of people talking about the animal control facility. So this past year, we did a condition assessment of the existing facility. It was just completed in December. The intent was to figure out what would be needed to make that facility work for both now and the future to address the concerns. Looking at all of the systems, mechanical, plumbing, electrical, architectural, structural, and then the site, which is, as you can see, is becoming more and more constrained as a result of the police evidence building that is being constructed. It's under construction on the west side, I think that's west, of the animal control facility. So the result of that analysis basically showed for the existing facility is 19,800 square feet. The identified needs are over 31,000 square feet of interior space plus 69,000 square foot of outdoor space. And basically the result there is that the existing facility is insufficient for both the current and future needs there. So what can we do about that? We put together a very broad program initially to look at, this go ahead program out what's required for a new facility. But at this point, because there are so many unknowns in that, what we're limiting the request to this year is just to get, it's about a $500,000 initial concept study / design, and some site search work to identify exactly what's needed, where it can go, what are the other requirements, to get all that place, instead of trying to hit you with a $20 million building in 4 years out where we don't know where that's even going to be needed or necessary or where it would be. This is a new project request on page 1 of the highlighter that is limited at this point just to this $530,000 study, so that that likely won't be completed by next budget cycle, but certainly soon thereafter. We should be able to approach you guys with better numbers so we can figure out how we can address the problems at the existing facility and get them a better facility to work in. And that's actually it for animal services.
Okay, thank you. Board members, any questions?
No, I've been there. They could use that.
Yep. All right, David, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. Appreciate it. The other two are I'm sorry, there's just one more. The other one is a one-off. And I'm talking with Naomi, wanted to just cover it because we haven't had a chance to do this under any of the other um, group discussions. So that is on page, which Naomi, you can help me. Where is it?
Sure, it's on page 15 of the one-pager report, and I think it's on page 2 of the highlighter report.
It's the Advanced Land Acquisition Project. As you all are aware from some meetings we've had over the last few months, we have expended all of the funding out of this with the most recent purchases of Shipley Avenue properties and the Lee Heights property. And based on that, in order to have funds available for something that may come up during the next fiscal year, basically showing a $3 million amount in the FY27 program that was not there before.
Okay, any questions?
Where was that again?
It's not, it's general. It's not a specific piece of property at this point. It's to have money available if something comes up to use it.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Okay, anything else?
Yeah, I am done now.
All righty, thank you very much. And with that, we will thank everybody with DPW and your presentation and all the hard work you do. And once again, good job on all the snow removal. So with that, we're going to take a break and reconvene at around 10:30.
Thank you.
And we are recording.
All right, welcome back, everyone. It's 10:31, February the 20th, and we'll resume our budget presentations for the Planning Advisory Board. Next up is public safety, detention facilities.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. All right, good. Kyle, you're ready to go with the presentation there?
Yes. Can everyone see that?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, good.
Okay, good morning. For those that haven't met me, I'm Christopher Klein. I'm the superintendent with the Department of Detention Facilities. I'm here today to present to the Planning Advisory Board the proposed projects as part of our capital improvement program. Online with me today, I believe, from what I can see, we have Kyle Lee, our Business Service Director, Todd Wasmer, our Correctional Facility Administrator at Jennifer Road, who just started with us in September. And I don't know if I saw John Kelson, who's also a Correctional Facility Administrator at Ordnance Road. To note, our projects are contained on pages 6 and 7 of the highlighter report, and then on pages 47 through 49, 63, and 64 on the one-pager report. So on behalf of the Department of Detention Facilities, I'd like to thank this board, as well as the county executive and his office for the continued support of our department as we strive to fulfill our mission to provide public safety by the detention and confinement of pretrial detainees and convicted offenders in secure facilities. As such, our long-range project plans are providing safe and secure facilities for all of our staff, detainees, convicted offenders, as well as providing adequate parking, access for staff and visitors at Jennifer Road, creating a reentry hub for detainees and offenders, and continuing to maintain our facilities that meet or exceed safety and security standards. And this clearly aligns with our mission. Please note, all of our projects are previously existing projects. 2 of our projects have actually been completed. So through the presentation, I might just gloss over those slides. Obviously, if you have any questions, I'll be prepared to answer those at any time. Our first request here is F536700, and it's for $650,000 for detention center renovations. Generally, over the past couple of years, this request has been for $250,000. The additional $400,000 this year is to address the kitchen floor at Jennifer Road that is coming up, and we have concerns for significant water damage underneath the existing floor that would create a health and safety hazard. The other funding will go in to maintain our facilities. As I previously stated, Jennifer Road was built in the 1960s, and Ordnance Road now, hard to believe, has existed for almost 30 years as it was built in 1998. So maintaining facilities that operate 24/7, 365 days a year is critical to maintaining safety and security within our facilities. Our second project, this has been completed, so I won't cover that, but this was our security system upgrade. Our third project is F589600, and this is the Ordnance Road Comprehensive Reentry Hub. This request is for $664,000. This is in addition to this $2.6 million that was previously approved. As previously identified in an Ordnance Road space utilization study, the Comprehensive Reentry Hub is a great investment in utilizing our existing space to help lower recidivism rates in the county and become a central location for providing and coordinating necessary services and resources that individuals can access, whether they're existing individuals that are incarcerated or at our facilities, or individuals that access our facilities through house arrest and pretrial services. Our fourth project is F580500. This is the Central Holding Processing Center parking lot. There is no new funding for this, but I just would like to reiterate this project is critical for providing access to our facilities. The snowstorm that we recently had was a great example that, we had no additional parking, but we had staff reporting to our facilities, throughout that storm. And the conditions on the side of the road after the storm for roughly 2 weeks were untenable, as far as additional parking for access to the facility. So we hope that this project, continues through the approval process. I believe it's with the Critical Area Commission right now. Our fifth project is F583200, and this is the Ordnance Road Correctional Center yard covers. And again, this project was previously completed. So in closing, our dedicated staff obviously have difficult jobs protecting the community. The detention centers are basically small cities, and we're entrusted by the public to provide humane treatment and make sure that we have secure and safe environments. These projects and these requests allow us to continue to improve our security and safety and morale and effectiveness of our overall correctional system. We remain committed to working together to providing public safety, and we're prepared to answer any questions that the advisory board has.
Christopher, thank you very much for your presentation. One thing you didn't mention was on that security systems upgrade that's complete, there was a $108,000 give back. So thank you for your stewardship there.
Yeah, I apologize for not including that. Yes, that money's going to be liquidated back to the county. You're correct.
Very good. Thanks. We appreciate that. Board members, any questions? No questions? Well, I hope you get your parking lot built as soon as possible. I know we've been talking about that for many, many years.
I appreciate that. I hope so as well. I know I've been talking about it for at least 5, and my team tells me that probably 3 years prior to that, they've been talking about it. So it's just, we're playing Tetris out there. The storm was really highlighted the challenge. And then we have, public defenders and lawyers trying to park on the side of the street there. The snow pack, I mean, there was no sidewalk access, there was no bike lane access. And really, when we were moving staff, I mean, we had to have staff mid-shift move their vehicles so we could plow our parking lot, and they had nowhere to, they we were pulling them in the security gates, which is not ideal, but we had to maintain that 24/7 operation. So it's a little bit of a jigsaw puzzle, but the extra parking would definitely help alleviate in those inclement weather situations as well.
What is the anticipated construction time frame once the permits are issued?
I think it's held up right now with the Critical Area Commission. So I've been working with the team to provide responses as to, you know, confirming that we've looked at all other alternatives. And I think they're just waiting on their approval. So I know that they've provided responses back. I just haven't heard as to where it sits now as far as getting that approval through that commission.
When do you anticipate construction to start?
If I can step in a little bit, because I know Chris probably doesn't have our schedules in front of him, which I understand. David Braun with the Department of Public Works. For your first question, Mr. Kurtz, the overall construction period is anticipated to be like 6 to 9 months, so it's not that long. Right now, our schedule shows us advertising for bids in September, and then hopefully somewhere just after the first of the year, starting construction. If we can get that done sooner with the help of the permitting, we will. But as Chris mentioned, we're really up against dealing with final issues with the Critical Area Commission on where we can put things and how we have to design things to meet their requirements out there.
Thank you, David.
Thanks, David.
Okay, board members, any other questions? Well, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll move on to our next review of Recs and Parks. And we welcome Mrs. Jessica Lays. Jessica, the floor is yours.
Good morning, and thank you for welcoming us to the Planning Advisory Board for 2027's budget. I'm Jessica Lays, and I have with me today Erica Matthews, who is our Deputy Director, Bruce Bucci, who is our Chief of Capital and Planning, and Matt Fleming, who is with the Resiliency Authority. So we are going to dive into our presentation. On the first slide, you just see kind of our agenda, what we're going to cover today. The projects that we are going through are not as much detail because we want to be efficient. We just want to give you an update and kind of talk to you about the ones that have experienced change. First, I'm going to kind of do a summary of our program, and then we'll dive into the detail. And of course, we're always here to answer any of the questions you might have. So in the P class, you have a total of 53 projects, of which only 30 have funding requests for FY27, which adds up to about $96 million. As always, the department is very committed to seeking grants and other funding to support our requests. So this year, we've secured about $10 million of grants, and that's about 10%. We continue to seek grants, especially on some of our largest projects every day. The project is requesting only one new project, and that's a result of studies and public engagement to better utilize an existing park. So this is something that you've heard us talk about in previous years. Our focus, because our capital projects and the demands are so voluminous, is really on 3 C's: continuity, connections, and conservation. And I'm going to dive a little bit into what that means to us here at the department. For continuity, we are trying to be consistent and complete the work that we have started. Many of our projects have been talked about for decades. This is the first year that you are going to hear us talk about projects that have just been completed, like the Broadneck Trail or the WB&A Trail, where now that the project is completed, we don't have a slide for it, which is a huge accomplishment for the department. What we do have is we have connectors, and we have the next stage of the trails maintenance. The department continues to work on projects that we have been discussing year over year. Today's presentation updates you on the projects that you are familiar with. These are several projects for which the 26 update is simply we're in construction or we're underway and that we are anticipating bringing it into operation, or we need funding for the next phase or the next part of the project. So this continued investment in construction is helping us finally achieve the goals that are set in what we call our LPPIP, the Land Preservation Parks and Recreation Plan, our 5-year plan. Examples of that are Tenured Springs coming online as a community park that will open soon. The construction is about to begin to our new community park in Odenton and Millersville. Again, all community parks that you've heard us talk about for the last few years. Most of our projects have funding requests that remain on target with no scope changes. And the funding is solely due to the project advancing to the next phase or the cost estimates going up and being extended into the fiscal year 32. As far as connections, this is something we're really proud of. We've challenged ourselves at Rec and Parks to be better connected to our communities that we serve. The budget reflects Rec and Parks' commitment to public engagement, and our projects have all had some sort of engagement with the public, whether that be an online survey, a public meeting, an information session, or just information posted in our newsletter or on our website. The department is presenting projects to the public that the public asked for, and that is a huge accomplishment for us in Rec and Parks. With completion of those trails that I just talked about, we're now building the connectors to give the public better access. So we are very focused in on those connections, both physical connections and engagement connections. It demonstrates that by creating a project and finishing the project, that now we're focused in on connecting you to that project. The department continues to invest in accessible recreational facilities, not only through our ADA improvements projects, but when we do new projects like the Lake Waterford project and the completion of the adaptive turf field at Brooklyn Park. We're adding communication boards to our playgrounds. We're investing in community centers, which is kind of a change from the local recreational center that creates a community hub, a place where they can go to for services and resources in addition to their community or their recreational opportunities. And these spaces create opportunities for our communities to be healthier, to be well balanced, and to have a place to gather while they get wraparound services. So everything that we're doing in this year's request is really to better connect with our communities. And then lastly, but certainly not least, is the Conservation C. And that's our continued partnership with the Resiliency Authority to advance projects that will result in infrastructure improvement and combat climate change at the same time so that we can enhance sustainability. This partnership also helps us integrate elements that may have cost savings or generate revenues once the asset is brought online. In addition to conserving the land, the department has begun to focus in on the sustainability of our larger amenities. The new clubhouse at the Preserve at Eisenhower will be certified under the Leadership, Energy, and Environment Design Standards, and the new Brooklyn Park Community Center and the West County Swim Center are both being designed with the same standards. Additionally, Rec and Park's new West County Swim Center is the county's first building to be developed under the Maryland Building Energy Performance Standards that were established by the Climate Solutions Now Act that reduces direct greenhouse gas emissions. The department has achieved 65% of our land acquisition goals, and we continue to make investments in shoreline and stream stabilization because conservation is still one of our top priorities. So as we get ready to dive into our details, you will see a diverse amount of projects that focus in on those 3 C's that I just spoke about. But we wouldn't have been able to get to this spot and have all these successes without your support as the Planning Advisory Board, without the support of our budget office, without the support of DPW, who manages our project, and the amazing team at Recreation and Parks. So I am going to turn you to page 9 of the highlighter report. That's the final version that was sent out on February 11th. And we are going to dive into the details. We tag team a little bit, but please feel free to ask us questions as we roll through or at the end.
Thank you very much.
Sorry about that. Crofton Park improvements, P000327. Bruce, you're muted. Bruce, you're muted. Bruce is muted. I don't think he can hear me.
Here we go. Thank you. Good morning again. This project is for the improvements at Crofton Park. The existing park was significantly impacted by the construction of Crofton High School a few years ago, and the Department of Recreation and Parks had previously identified the need in the county for a skate park and roller hockey facility, and that was included in our 2022 LPPRP. The department studied multiple locations for those skate facilities and determined that improving Crofton Park and adding those facilities was the best location. The use of the property has been evaluated under two previous park planning studies, P452553 and P452753. Planning and conceptual design have been completed, and we conducted public engagement in 2024 and 2025. The project has now advanced to the 30% design phase. The work includes a new 14,000 square foot skate park, new roller hockey rink, expanded and restored trail system, pond improvements, parking improvements, related park amenities, ADA access, and stormwater and landscaping work. This project addresses the need for recreational and community use facilities in Crofton by improving the existing park and aligns with the goals of the county's Plan 2040 and the department's LPPRP. By reusing the existing park, the project limits the development footprint. This project will be executed in a manner consistent with our stewardship of natural resources while allowing county residents increased opportunities for recreation. The department anticipates no additional operating expense as the park is already open and maintained. Aside from additional time needed to clean up in the additional areas, ongoing maintenance such as grass cutting and trash pickup will be absorbed into our operating budget.
South Shore Trail, P372000.
The South Shore Trail is a 14-mile trail that connects Annapolis with Odenton. Phase 2 of the project in the Gambrels area is presently under construction and is expected to be complete early this spring. Phase 4 is this next section that we're requesting funding for in FY27, and that is to complete the alignment and right-of-way for two sections, Phase 4A from the current terminus at Waterbury Road, extending the trail to Fairfield Loop Road, and then Phase 4B, which will extend from Fairfield Loop to Honeysuckle Lane. As the director noted previously, this is the only mainline trail project included in the department's FY27 budget request. The B&A Trail, the WBI Trail, WBNA trails are all complete, and the Broadneck Peninsula Trail is completing this spring.
Greenways, Parkland, and Open Space, P400-200. This is the account where the department acquires new property. Utilizing the funding from fiscal 26, the department has purchased 130.93 acres for active and passive recreational uses as well as for conservation. This funding will also allow us to begin the work needed to acquire an additional 200 acres as a gift to expand the McAfee Greenway. Over the past 4 years, the department has acquired 441.5 acres against our goal of 680 acres. The department is requesting $2.79 million for fiscal 27. This request is being backfilled by a similar amount in program open space, and out years will be filled based upon those allocations. Facility lighting, P445800.
This project is an ongoing multi-year project to repair, replace, and install new lighting systems for court games and athletic fields within county parks and school properties to accommodate existing and expanded play. This project spans the entire county. As you can see listed here, projects from Sawmill Creek to Shadyside.
Recreation and Parks Planning, P452500.
This is also an ongoing multi-year project that allows the department to explore the feasibility and develop conceptual designs and plans for potential projects. This slide and the following slide list some of the projects that are presently underway where we're studying, evaluating existing facilities and planning for new projects in the future. In FY 2027, the budget request is actually a reduction in funding as the department has funds in hand from other projects and projects that have been advanced into planning, design and construction, which then reimburse the park planning project. And listed here, you see some of the projects we're planning for FY 27 and beyond.
School Outdoor Recreation Facilities, P457000.
This is another multi-year countywide project. This project is for the design and constructing and improvements to recreational facilities on Board of Education properties that support public recreational needs. Again, you see us spanning the county from Meade Middle School to Southern High School with various field, court, and improvements on school properties.
Stream Shoreline Erosion Control, P468700.
This is one of the group of conservation projects that the director spoke of earlier. This project seeks to improve the resiliency of and preserves the county's investment in waterfront properties. The FY 2027 request is for multiple projects moving into construction and to begin the design of stream restoration projects at Marley Creek Park and to begin design of the restoration efforts on Caffrey Run within Quiet Waters Park. We show here a number of projects that have been completed, the project at Springs Farm on the Magathy, projects that are presently in construction at Lake Waterford Park and Downs Park, and projects that are moving into construction. Highlighted in green are a couple of the projects on which we're partnering with the Resilience Authority of Annapolis and Anne Arundel County. The projects at Jonas and Ann Catherine Green Park and multiple projects at Quiet Waters Park.
Park Renovation, P479800.
Park renovation is one of my favorite projects, so I always hijack this slide. Park renovation is our catch-all project. This is where we take care of the maintenance and the upkeep of all the other parks that you see in the county that are not in a separate class or separate project. In FY 26, our request was $7.6 million, and to date, we've executed over 350 purchase orders and spent almost 95% of that, and we're only halfway through the year. So the details are in Appendix A, but some of the larger projects to note in the current year is the Corcoran Middle School concession stand is moving towards construction. Providence Park concession stand renovations are currently underway. The Bachman, Sully Park, and Green Haven Park have new playgrounds, which is a big piece of what we do in Park Reno. And those playgrounds have ADA sensory features, which is a great enhancement of our play areas. And then in Peninsula Park, we are replacing the turf for the upcoming season. So we use this money to take care of a lot of little things, but it adds up really quickly. In FY 27, we're requesting a similar amount of funding. The large projects that are in queue include the improvements on Sawmill Mill Skate Park, continuing to address and repair our aging concession stands throughout the parks, specifically Randazzo, Maryland City, and Brock Bridge, and then improvement on the Andy Smith and Andover equestrian centers. As always, the list of things that need to be fixed or repaired is much longer than the provided resources. So we always urge this board and the county executive that if we find coins in the cushion of the couch after this process is over, this is a great place to put it because we can guarantee that we will spend it.
Facility irrigation, P509-100.
This is another multi-year program. This one installs and repairs wells and field irrigation systems throughout the county park system. This year's request will fund repairs and maintenance components in existing irrigation systems, as well as install some new systems and components. The request also extends the program through 2032.
Fort Smallwood Park, P535-900.
Another example of the department's continuity. We continue to make progress on the completion of the overall master plan for improvements at Fort Smallwood Park. Phase 1 of the program addressed the shorelines, and phase 2 of the program is addressing the buildings within the park. Construction was completed last year on the new beachfront concession and comfort station, and in the past year we've opened a new maintenance building to support the park operations. Phase 2B, which is the adaptive reuse of the historic barracks building, is now in final permitting and will soon start construction. The FY27 request is for starting the design work needed for the preservation of historic Battery Hartshorn.
Turf fields and regional parks, P561-700.
This is an ongoing multi-year project. For FY27, the department is planning to start the design and permitting efforts for the expansion of Bell Branch Park, to complete the turf installation for the initial 3 fields at the Bachman Sports Complex, and to replace this synthetic turf on Challenger Field, our adaptive recreation center at Lake Waterford Park. FY28 through 32 will see the completion of the remaining fields at Bachman, allow us to begin construction on the Bell Branch Park expansion, and replace turf fields at Tickneck Park.
Water access facilities, P567-400.
More continuity as projects advance from planning through design and into construction. This multi-year project enhances water access opportunities within existing parks, and this extends the program through FY32. Listed are a number of the projects that we are completing this year and moving into FY27 with beginning design on projects on the Patuxent River that came from our non-vessel waterfront park study, and addressing projects that are presently in design at Valentine Creek and Beechwood Park. Beechwood Park, I would note, moves to this P567-400 from the following slide, P567-500, boat ramp development. The shift does not represent a loss of opportunity, but represents simply a shift to align the project within the approved CIP designation. The Beechwood Park project is a water access project, not a boat ramp project.
North Arundel Swim Center campus improvements, P570000.
Another project representative of our continuing efforts, the new splash pad at North Arundel is in construction and is expected to open this spring, while design continues on the campus improvements project, which adds a new synthetic multipurpose field, playground, shelter, and restroom building on the site. The FY27 funding request is for construction of the site improvements.
Cars Wharf Pier, P573 300.
Permitting is underway and construction will start by the middle of this year to complete the stormwater improvements, provide ADA accessible parking, and make other landside improvements at Cars Wharf. The FY27 request is funding for the final engineering design, permitting, and construction of the living shoreline that will replace the failing bulkhead along the Road River.
London Town Parking Expansion, P576 400.
Working with the Historic London Town Foundation, this project involves the design of ADA accessible pathways through the London Town complex. Recreation and Parks will start construction as soon as the design effort is completed by the consultant working with the foundation. The budget request reflects the revised cost estimate. This project has encountered a number of archaeological challenges, as does every project at Historic London Town, and so it's slowed a little bit from what we had initially envisioned.
Park and Trails Resurfacing, countywide, P578 900.
This is another multi-year project, this one to repair and resurface both our mainline trails and trail systems within our parks. You can see in FY26, we completed work on Mainline Trail, on WB&A Trail, as well as work in Solly Cove, Poplar Ridge, and Kinder Farm Park. In the coming year, we'll undertake projects at Lake Waterford Park and continue repair and resurfacing projects on the B&A and WB&A trails.
West County Swim Center, P579900. The department continues to make progress on this project as the need for the third center remains. The scope of the project remains unchanged and the design at the Race Road location is in process. The initial building design resulted in a more energy efficient building, one that would be 50% more efficient than the current pools. With new regulations that prioritize building energy performance, this presents a unique opportunity for the department to not only evaluate potential energy-related revenue strategies such as solar, battery storage, and building energy performance standard-related approaches, but also to look at precedent examples that intentionally integrate resilience and sustainability into building design and construction. The Department of Recreation and Parks also believes that this facility has the potential to generate revenue not only from energy revenues, but also from the positive impact on the local community where it will be housed. The department is partnering with the Resilience Authority to complete a study that will help to quantify the economic impact on the community, develop an energy strategy, as well as a revenue plan. This plan will help to identify opportunities to offset capital and operating costs. This effort will be completed in concert with the design and permitting of the facility. The funding request is based on current estimates and schedules and seeks to fully fund the project in fiscal 29. Deal Community Park, P58 2000.
Construction is underway at Deal, and a significant portion of the park development has been completed, but the project has encountered challenges related to stormwater management. The FY27 funding request is for additional construction funds to address environmental issues exposed during the construction process.
ADA compliance implementation, P58 300.
Another of our countywide programs, the department continues efforts throughout the park system to remove barriers and make our facilities fully accessible. FY27 request will continue with projects at the Archers location in the Patuxent River Greenway, will facilitate interior improvements at both the Arundel Olympic and North Arundel Swim Centers, and provide accessible walkways at Bay Head Park. The request also extends the program through FY32.
Jug Bay Environmental Education Center, P584500.
Construction is completing on the cabins, bathhouse, and camping areas, as you can see in these recent photographs. There is no funding request for FY27, as the funding has been shifted to reflect the current schedule. Out-year requests are expected to include Phase 3, which are waterfront improvements, pier improvements, kayak storage areas, etc., and to begin design efforts on improvements to the Hill and Riggleman houses, which are presently being studied as a park planning project.
Quiet Waters Park Rehabilitation, P584600.
Another continuity project, building upon the work that was identified in the facility assessment that was done in 2020. Work now continues on that rehabilitation effort. In the past fiscal year, the department completed design of the improvements to the Visitor Center and the Blue Heron Center, completed a master plan for the park's expansion into the former Quiet Waters Retreat property, and worked on numerous other ADA access and rehab efforts. The FY27 request is for the engineering and design of the retreat expansion and for a new park maintenance building. The condition of the ice rink is going to be evaluated following the current skating season, which actually just ended on Sunday, and design efforts will begin. Out-year requests are expected to be for constructing the retreat improvements and the maintenance building.
Mayo Beach Repairs, P584700.
This is a major maintenance project, and we continue to address issues that were identified in the previous evaluation at Mayo Beach Park. We focused on a number of infrastructure improvements, the park's electrical system, the park's potable water system, and now the park's septic system are being evaluated. The FY27 program will continue to address maintenance issues that have been previously identified and we continue to unearth. And it also continues this program into FY28.
South Shore Park, P588100.
Design is underway for this project, which includes new indoor and outdoor multi-purpose fields, a field house, basketball court, a rest stop for the South Shore Trail, parking, and other site improvements. The FY 2027 request is for permitting and inspection costs for the initial site construction effort. Full construction funding, including that for the field house, will be an out-year request.
Trail spurs and connectors countywide, P588300.
As the director mentioned earlier, this is one of our connection projects. With the mainline trail system completing, except for now the South Shore Trail, we're now focusing on connecting to neighborhoods, schools, and community features adjacent to our trail system. Design and right-of-way work is in process for the initial 4 connectors, which are expected to move into construction in FY27. The budget request for FY27 is to complete the design and begin construction on those 4 initial connectors. The program also extends through 2032.
Crownsville Memorial Park, P588400. The Crownsville Memorial Park project is for the completion of the master plan and completion of the recreational amenities on the property. The fiscal 27 request will exhaust all grant funding across all disciplines such as electrical upgrades, well repairs, wastewater improvements, as well as recreational components. As different elements of the project begin design, they will be funded out of their appropriate project category. Specifically related to the Department of Recreation and Parks, the design of the track, biking trails in the South Forest areas, and improvements to the Campanella building are underway. The fiscal 28 request is for the construction of the track. Lake Waterford Park improvements, P591000.
This project implements numerous improvements to both the active and adaptive recreation components at Lake Waterford Park. The improvements add pickleball and tennis courts, including an air-supported bubble structure over the tennis courts, adds a multi-sport rink for adaptive sports such as power chair hockey, adds bocce courts, pavilions, shade structures, extends the accessible trail network, expands parking, and provides additional trees and landscaping. There is no change in the program. The FY27 request is for construction funding for the planned improvements.
Davidson Recreation Center renovation, P592500.
The Davidsonville Recreation Center was a new project in FY25. We completed study and evaluation of the existing facilities. This former missile site was added to the park system in 1976 and has essentially reached the end of its lifespan. No improvements have been made essentially since the Army first constructed the base. There is no change in the program. Design is in process using previously allocated funds, and there is no funding request for FY27. Out-year requests, if required for construction, will be based on the current cost estimates.
Edgewater Regional Recreation Improvements, P592600. The vision for the Edgewater Community Center is to transform this former abandoned commercial site into a vibrant and welcoming hub where people of all ages can come together to connect, learn, relax, and play. The Department of Recreation continues to make progress on the development of the center. The department is working with the Resilience Authority and the Department of Public Works to complete this. The partnership with the Resilience Authority will help achieve the goal of resiliency through redevelopment, as the center will provide various opportunities for the community based around sustainability-driven initiatives. The fiscal 27 request is for the balance of the money needed to complete the building renovations based on current estimates. This increase is the result of adding the second floor track that the community came out in strong support of. Marley Creek Regional Park, P592700.
The department's vision for this new Glen Burnie Area Regional Park is a natural park focusing on passive recreation and conservation of Marley Creek. A stakeholder advisory group of residents is presently working with the department to prepare a master plan for the park's development. The FY27 funding request is for continued engineering, design, and permitting of this park. There is no change in the program.
Old Mill Area Park Improvements, P593800.
The improvements to Arden-on-the-Severn and Waterbury parks was identified in the previous fiscal year and was studied and master planned and is now moving into engineering and design. The improvements include expanded parking, building rehabilitation, renovated athletic fields, and landscape enhancements, as well as stormwater and access improvements. The FY27 funding request is for completing the design and permitting. Out-year requests will be phased for construction of the two parks.
South River Farm Park Improvements, P593900.
This project is presently in the design stage. Engineering and design work is underway on making the improvements identified in the park master plan. There is no funding request for FY27. There is no change in the program. Out-year request will request construction funding for the improvements.
Severn Danza Park Expansion, P594000.
The FY27 request is to complete the engineering and design and start construction for the expansion of Severn Danza Park into the 30 acres of natural area which the county acquired in 2022. The department envisions limited development in the forested area and expects use primarily for nature exploration and passive recreation. This is the final project.
That concludes our presentation. I know it's a lot of information, but that might have been the quickest we've ever gotten through Rec and Parks with the Planning Advisory Board. So we'll take that as a great accomplishment as well. I know you guys probably have some questions, so fire away.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And also a really good job on obtaining almost $10 million in grant money. So good job with that. I know you work really hard at getting every available dollar in grants there is. Couple questions I had was the swim center. That's a big project. West County Swim Center, $90 million. Maybe Naomi could answer that. How much of that is coming from the lottery funding and other co-op monies from different places?
So right now in the swim center, we do not have the LDC money programmed. We did put a large request to the LDC to put aside a allotment of money every year in order to build up a balance to go towards it. That request was taken very positively, and we are anxiously awaiting a final letter of grant from the LDC. We have also been working with partners, specifically the one that you heard Ms. Matthews talk about under the Edgewater Rec Center, to find other ways to generate revenue. So I'm going to turn it over to Erica to kind of talk about our strategy of bringing some monies into that project so that the county does not have to bear the weight of that entire project.
Good afternoon, Erica Matthews, Deputy Director of Recreation and Parks. As Director Lays has alluded to, we are in partnership now with the Resilience Authority and have retained a third-party consultant to help us to generate opportunities to look for additional grants. They are also reviewing opportunities for us to look at energy generating options such as battery storage on site. Those may generate revenue for the department, and those may have to also offset some of the additional costs that are out there. We are also pursuing some additional grant money, basically trying to understand what the economic impact will be once the building is done. We think that this will be a driver, an economy driver in that small community with businesses wanting to partner with us. So we're doing all the math, and that's what Matt and his team are helping us with to come up with this strategy. And we hope to have something by spring. Is the first draft of that report is by spring.
Thank you. Okay, board members, questions? Hello?
No, sir, not really. I think it's pretty good. Did a great job, team.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that's what we were saying there, Gus. I think the presentation was well done. So I don't think we have any questions from this end.
Okay, very well. We'd like
You
you
know,
to.
I
Elizabeth
do.
raised a hand. Elizabeth got a hand up
Elizabeth,
there.
I do.
sorry.
I was going to let everybody else go first. Go ahead, Gus. If you have more, I have several.
As usual, we like to have a prioritized list of the projects, but go ahead, Elizabeth.
That was one of them. Thank you. Could you please go back to Magothy River Regional Park? And you also spoke to Magothy Greenway. Can you please go
I
back to
think
those?
we got two clumped together. The first one we
Okay,
mentioned.
that was what I was wondering. Are they connected or not?
Magothy Greenway, we mentioned that in P 400-200. We're being
Right.
gifted about 200 acres of land, and that process is one that we're sort of in the middle of. That will expand the Magothy Greenway. The new project is the Marley Creek Regional Plan. That was the one that was toward the end. Was there a specific question about that project or just?
No, I didn't know. That's why I was wondering if they were close enough, if they were related. And I also wanted to verify that 200 acres was gifted.
Yes,
Right.
that's we're in the
Okay.
process now to accept that as a gift.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that, and I will learn more about that on the side. Going back to trail spurs, P588300. We just had presentation from DPW about safe routes to school, and you talked about possibly connecting from B&A Trail to Severna Park High School, and I wanted to just clarify that if there was grant money through Safe Routes to School, or how that ties together, if it ties together at all.
So the safe routes to school are determined by the Board of Education. And so what they do when they determine that is they look at all routes to getting to a school facility. Sometimes that might be a rec and park trail. Most of the time it is not. So while kids do use our trails to get to school on a regular basis, that might not be the designated safe route to school by AACPS. And there's lots of reasons for that, right? Like they've got crossing guards on the corners of roads. We don't have crossing guards or staff in the trail. So there's some safety issues. We're well aware that there are schools that have popular routes to school that entail our trails, but that does not mean that's a designated route by AACPS.
Okay, I appreciate that. That clarifies. Thank you. And I just also wanted to say that, you know, in every region plan, in every small area committee, every region plan, all 8 region plans, the public commented on wanting more rec area and having the use of the park. So this is important to all the residents across all of Anne Arundel County. It was really emphasized in Plan 2040 and all the region plans. So I highly commend you on this. It's important. It's very important. So one other thing that I wanted to ask about was, is there any, or 2 more things, sorry, any connection between Bill 1126 and the budget? I don't think there is, but I just wanted to clarify that. I think it's all change in definitions and updating the code, but can you just clarify that?
Absolutely. So we introduced Bill 1126. It goes to hearing on March 2nd. This is like a cleanup bill for us. Article 14 governs all of our rules and regulations in the parks. Because we have grown so much on the recreational side, we have the same rules on the rec side, but the code hasn't been updated since 1985. So when you read the code, it says parks, parks, parks. So when we go to enforce that at a recreational center or at a community center, we don't really have a part of the code to point to. So we're updating the definition to say rec and parks amenities. And then there's just some cleanup there to align with the state code, specifically modernizing our code. So you have e-bikes now, you have different, you know, with drones, all things that didn't exist back in 1985 that, again, are currently part of our rules. They're just not codified. So we're codifying our existing rules. It does not have a budgetary impact. We are not expecting any additional costs associated with the change or any additional revenues. It's just really putting into the code what we currently do on the operational side.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarification. So the last one is park renovations. 479800. You talked about the 3 boat ramps, Fort Smallwood Park, Sully, and there was one more, Discovery Village. I didn't see anything in here on Discovery Village. What is the update on that? I know the contract.
You got me all excited. You said park renovation. I thought you wanted to dive into my favorite account, but you're actually talking about, I think, the studies that we've done on water access. Is that where we talked about our boat ramp studies and studies? So there is not specific funding in this budget for Discovery Village. If you recall, the Discovery Village lease was terminated. And so we negotiated a new lease with the owners, and now we're under a new lease in which expires in June of 2027. And that was paid out of the current year projects. We do still have a strong commitment to South County boat ramp access. And so we will be studying alternative access points in the southern part of the county, and that will come out of the account that you just referred to. We're also looking at an alternative way to provide boat ramp access that maybe doesn't cost us millions of dollars of building a boat ramp, but perhaps we just partner with existing marinas in a like P3 where we provide a free or low cost program and the local marinas can participate in that. For instance, I own a marina and I can account for 50 people putting their boat in on a Saturday and Sunday. So we have a pass system where you go in and you say, I want to put my boat in at this marina. But Bruce's marina is much larger and he can accommodate 200 people. So we will have 200 spots in his boat ramp over the weekend to provide more access points to the local community. So we're looking at creative ways to accommodate the South County boat ramp situation.
I thought that had already been researched and there weren't a lot of private marinas that picked up on that opportunity.
You are correct. Good memory. So years ago, DPW worked with a consultant to do a inventory of all private marinas. And in that inventory, we sent a letter out. When I say we, it came from a consultant, a letter out saying, hey, we'd like to work with you. There wasn't a real clear definition of what that meant. And a lot of marinas are like, we don't want the county on our property. We don't want the county to take over our property. So there wasn't a lot of collaborative feedback. We've engaged the local community, specifically some marina owners like the one that helped us out when Discovery Village initially closed. And there's a lot of interest in partnering with the county under the description that I just gave, where they open their marinas up for public use and they get some sort of payment for opening up their marinas. Not the county coming in and taking over the marina, not the county, operating the marina for them, but just partnering from a boat ramp access. So I am confident that if we re-engage the community and the businesses from a Rec and Parks perspective, maybe through an advisory or a stakeholders group, that we will have individuals in South County particularly that are very interested in partnering with us on a operating side as part of a boat ramp initiative. I've already talked to a handful that have reached out to us about, hey, you need help with solving the Discovery Village issue. My marina's, hurting for business, and we would be more than happy to work with you. So there are definitely people in the community that would like to participate in that type of program.
Thank you for clarifying that. So are we giving up on Discovery Village? Are we giving it back to whoever currently owns it in June of 27?
So I would not use the term giving up. The Discovery Village relationship has been very challenging for us. The Discovery Village property sold to a new owner. The new owner was definitely working with the county from a legal perspective of the lease that they inherited and had asked the county to make millions of dollars of infrastructure updates on Discovery Village. That was problematic for the county because it was very costly for the county. Ultimately, the county council took action to not continue that lease by not funding it. We went right back to the table immediately as partners to get us back onto Discovery Village property, and we were very successful in doing that. Unfortunately, the Discovery Village property is back up for sale, and the owners were not willing to go past the June 27 lease agreement at this time. That does not mean that the conversations are not ongoing with the owners. We continuously talk to them as we are currently at the property and are leasing the property. At the same time, we have been looking at all alternatives to fill the gap if that doesn't pan out and we are no longer at Discovery Village after it sells to a new owner or the management company takes a different direction. I know, Matt, you had some information because we also, I think you might want to share some of the stuff that you've been working on with us with respect to boat ramps.
Yeah, just the going back to the prior point, your prior question about partnering with private, the geniusness that is Jessica and her team is, prior to this role, I used to work at the state for 25 years. And within the state, there's a program called Waterway Improvement that helps support dredging of public-owned marinas and, provide access to boat ramps. So through this partnership with the private marina, it could provide an opportunity for private marinas to help maintain some of the maintenance strategies that would make this partnership advantageous for them. So it's something I'll be working with Jessica and Erica on.
I appreciate that. Thank you. A lot of money went into Discovery Village. I know the boat ramp, the retaining wall, the parking lot, and everything else. And water access in South County is so incredibly important. I'd like to make sure that this stays as one of your top priorities. If the lease is not able to be renewed, that in June of 27, we have another opportunity because we definitely need it. There's only 4 ramps in the entire Anne Arundel County for public access. Well, 3 really. And it's not enough. It's just not enough. So we need to make that a top priority. Thank you.
Okay, board members, any other questions? I have one more question, just a general question. It's actually 2 questions. One, if you could give us a number of approximately how many people go to the county parks a year. It can be a general number, but I think that would find that interesting. And then number 2, and I'll be careful not to step on any tennis players' toes, but I know in recent years there's been a big increase in pickleball. And I'm just wondering how the balance is between pickleball and tennis and how you move forward in your design of new parks.
Fantastic. So I am going to talk about the pickleball and tennis with the design while Erica finds me the exact number of visitation for last year. My guesstimate is 4 million visitors, and I think I got that off of my budget presentation, but she can tell me whether I'm right. So pickleball and tennis. Yes. All right. So about 4 million visitors to our regional parks. Now, those are just the parks that we count, right? So we've got our 6 regional parks. Those are like your Quiet Waters Park, your Jug Bay down in South County, Kinder Farm Park, Downs Park, Fort Smallwood, where we have gatehouse attendance. We can keep track of how many people are coming in, right? This is not counting the other, 100 community and neighborhood parks where I go to a soccer game. There's no counter there. So when we say 4 million visitors, that's the controlled visitors that are coming into our regional park. We know that there's a lot more visitors in the community parks that we don't quantify because we don't have staff there. With respect to pickleball and tennis, it has been a push-pull relationship for probably the last 5 years, with tennis players wanting more amenities, specifically indoor amenities. If you remember the Millersville Tennis Center that we proposed several years back, and pickleballers showing up at every town hall with their paddles in hand, asking the county executive to put more pickleball courts, both inside and outside. So we have made great progress on the pickleball side. We have been able to not only overlay pickleball onto a lot of our tennis courts, but we've also had dedicated pickleball courts that we've created, like at Cary Reedon down in South County. We have an indoor pickleball facility at South County Rec Center where there's a very large pickleball population. Obviously, when you heard Bruce talk about the Edgewater Rec Center, there's a pickleball element to that as well. So if we look at our statistics of how many pickleball courts we have brought online, we are way ahead of the curve because we were able to fully utilize the courts that we already own. As far as tennis, maybe not as significant of growth, but using our tennis courts a little bit smarter. We've been repairing a lot of courts on the middle school properties, making sure that those are open to the public. We have new tennis courts in several projects like Lake Waterford, where we'll have an indoor tennis bubble to give them an indoor facility as well. So we try to treat them fairly. Like I say to my kids, you're not the same person. I can't treat you exactly the same, but we can treat you fairly and make sure that we have amenities in all parts of the counties to meet the needs of both the pickleball and the tennis players. And in the rare event that they get along with each other, they can play at the same time right next to each other in a collaborative way. But I do know it's been a challenge for our department because the pickleballers wanted their own set of pickleball amenities and the tennis players wanted their own set, and that's just not economically feasible, nor is it resource feasible for what we have. So we've done a really good job of just working with both groups together.
Very good. Thank you. Board members, any questions? Comments? Well, we're a little bit ahead of schedule, but if no more questions and comments, we thank you very much for your presentation and all the hard work you do. And I know everyone in the county enjoys all the amenities. So thank you very much again. And send us a prioritized list, please.
We would definitely follow up with that. We appreciate your time, and we know you have a hard task ahead of you. And if there's anything else that you need from us, please let us know.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So with that, board members, we are going to take a break for lunch, and we will reconvene back at 1 o'clock.
Understood.
Thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. It is 1:01, February 20th, and we're going to continue with our Planning Advisory Board budget review. And first up is dredging, and we welcome Mr. David Braun to the microphone.
Good afternoon. I think you should be seeing my screen now. We are here to do a short presentation about our dredging program and projects. Just as a reminder, the highlighter is on page 22. The one-pagers start on 221 of that report. The goal of the dredging program is to maintain navigable depths for recreational boating along the county shoreline. There are 163 channels countywide that are part of our program, in addition to 2 federal channels where we sometimes provide assistance to the Corps of Engineers when they're doing work in those. Typically, projects will only move forward for the county through this program if DNR approves the waterway improvement grant for the project, which would split then the design and construction funding 50-50. We typically make application for more than end up getting approved, and the projects that don't get approved just basically go into the pot for the next year when we come up. So for FY27, we had a grant request submitted for 4 projects. We don't have any official results from DNR or the state budget yet. But our understanding is the first 2 of these are getting approved. As I'll go into a little bit later, they were also approved last year, but due to funding issues, those grants got pulled back. So Marley Creek and Asquith Creek look like they're moving forward. The others, Upper Magathie River and Pools Gut, will be put back into the program requests for next year. So this is a total of the total request was $4 million basically for the projects, of which 1.7 would have been covered by grants. Just as a brief overview of these projects, the Marley Creek dredging is not the headwaters, but it's the upper portion of the tidal area there in Marley Creek. Have over 10,000 cubic yards of material that we're anticipating to take out of that facility. Asquith Creek is difficult to say, and it's also a kind of odd-shaped channel to get into that facility. There are a couple commercial or community ramps back in there that end up being large beneficiaries of this work. The other request was Upper Magathie River. Basically, we've just finished the Lower Magathie this year, and Upper Magathie was requested to be extended both sides of the bridge, basically in the program. That would be about 5,000 cubic yards. And then Pools Gut is a smaller one that has about 1,000 cubic yards down at the end of that, right off the bay. The other project I want to talk about is our South County Dredging Strategic Plan. We had previously received funding in FY25 for the first phase of construction of that, including a $700,000 waterway improvement grant. What that construction will be is basically setting up a containment area and associated grading to end up taking the dredged material from the next dredging of the Broadwater cars and Parker Creeks that are in our program, and at this point are scheduled to be likely dredged, not this upcoming winter, but the winter of 27-28. And then we'll be, because we have to have the construction of this ready for that in order to do the work. We also then have funding in FY27 for the fine grading of that material to basically turn it into the habitat friendly area that we're looking at generating out of this additional material. And in addition to our normal, our full request for that work, which is about $600,000. Through the Resilience Authority, this project got awarded a $1 million grant from the National Coastal Resilience Fund for the design of the next two sites, basically sites 2 and 3. So that'll allow us to keep those moving so that at the next round of dredging the South County creeks that has been happening about every 7 to 10 years, we'll have sites ready for them to be able to move forward, hopefully, because we'll have a lot of time in permitting and public outreach needed for those. Just as a reminder, the site 1 that we're working on now is up here just off of Chesapeake Drive. The Broadwater cars and Parker Creeks go down the coast here. The sites 2 and 3 are basically between Broadwater and cars that are the sites that we got the grant for, that we'll be starting on design as soon as all the paperwork can get finalized. For the rest of the dredging program, just some minor increases, decreases based on adding the FY32 funding to the multi-year projects, have a one give back for this retrofit project we did. The one thing I'll point out is the DMP site management one is a multi-year project that's generally at about $100,000 a year. We're requesting additional funding in there this year as we've been working with inspections and permits and have some significant issues at one of the DMP sites that we have to get fixed and cleaned up in order to address requirements of the grading permit. So that's what the additional funding for is in that project. And then the other big one you see, the FY26 dredging is showing a give back of over $2.5 million. That is due to projects that were approved during 2025 for FY26 for Marley Creek and Asquith Creek. But then in July, we were told by DNR that they weren't going to have enough funds to cover those, so they pulled those out of the program. So we took the money out of FY26, and that's much of what you see going back into the FY27 program also, as both of those creeks are part of the program request. And I think that is it. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer what I can.
Thank you, David. Go ahead, Elizabeth. Unmute.
I got it. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm learning a lot about dredging, and it is very, very expensive. From what I understand, and I don't know if this is how the county does it, but let's say you're going to dredge Asquith Creek. You take that muck, put it on a barge, then you have to transfer it to a different facility and then clean it up, like what you were talking about, your site management, and then transfer it to a different barge to take it to its final destination.
Sometimes that last step is needed. What we really try to do is have the sites ready so that when the dredging occurs, it's taken from the barge and put and contained on site and then ultimately shipped off site to one of the DMP sites. If it's done right and we've got all our quantities right, that's the last time it gets touched.
Okay.
So there's only a couple that we've had to move twice, and that's not cost effective at all to have to do that.
Yeah, I know. Okay, so now I have a question. if these are county waterways that are benefiting private communities, such as Asquith, are we not asking those communities to contribute? Can we not do matching public-private partnerships?
No, we typically don't on these. It's kind of like a road repaving project, if you will. You know, if we're repaving a road once it's in place, you know, that's at the county's expense. So these are all maintenance dredging. It's not new work. It's stuff that had been maintained before and had been silted in. And so the dredging now is go back to remove what had been put into that. And that's probably another background reason why we don't move forward with these unless we have the grant award in the amount of 50% from the state.
That makes sense. So if we were to fund these, for example, the 227, and you don't get the grants like what happened before, you're going to reallocate that money within your own department, not necessarily give it back to CIP.
No, it would be if for example, we had a $4 million request and only got $2 million worth of projects approved. That other 2 million is just taken out of our program and given back to the general fund.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions about dredging?
Just a basic question. I'm sorry, I'm driving. And this is just about dredging in itself. Any beneficial uses that we use for the dredging? The disposal of, okay.
Yes, when there are opportunities, we will do that. The timing is usually the biggest issue with that because it has to be something that's ready for us to be able to dispose of it when the dredgers are out there. But yes, we take all the opportunities we can to work with communities or other agencies to identify those possibilities.
Thank you.
All righty. Board members, any other questions? Okay. David, thank you very much for your dredging presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right. With that, it's almost 11:15, and we're going to move on to water quality improvements and watershed protection and restoration fund.
Sounds good. Jessica, should I share my screen or pull up the presentation or?
I can do it if you need me to, but if you're comfortable, go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen here. Let's see here. All right, can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm Eric Michelson, Deputy Director of the Bureau of Watershed Protection and Restoration in the Department of Public Works. I'm going to be talking about the B class today. And as was discussed sort of in the lead up to this, there was a letter that was provided. I'm happy to respond to those questions at the end of the presentation and any follow-ups that the board has as well. So just to restate the sort of the role of our program within the county government, we're charged with basically helping the county meet its regulatory clean water requirements under both the Chesapeake Bay total daily maximum load and the county's municipal separate storm sewer system permit, which is issued through Maryland Department of the Environment. And what we do is design and construct watershed restoration projects aimed at reducing nutrients and sediment to local waterways, as well as focusing on trying to make sure that our infrastructure is climate resilient and able to stand up to storm events and changing conditions. As I say, we have a permit from the state issued through EPA that requires a certain amount of restoration work that the county do over each 5-year permit period, which is the big driver for our capital program. In terms of a summary for this year's request, we have only one new project request, which is our water quality utility project. I'll talk about that in a little bit more detail later on in the presentation, but it's essentially it's a project where we are cost sharing with the Bureau of Utility Operations and Bureau of Engineering on projects that serve the dual purpose of protecting wastewater infrastructure as well as providing stormwater and water quality treatment as well. Our initial request this year is actually $6 million below our recurring programmed request and primarily associated with construction phase increases associated with existing projects. And then FY27 continues to provide funding for the county's grant program and our full delivery of water quality improvements program, which I'll talk a little bit more about in response to Mr. Miller's question as well. Questions. In terms of a project by project breakdown of our request, and again, I'll maybe tie this back into Mr. Miller's letter because he touches on a variety of topics, but B55-1600, which is our culvert enclosed storm drain rehab project, is requesting $8 million as programmed. And essentially this is for extending the useful life of the collection and conveyance infrastructure throughout the county. So closed storm drain systems, culverts under roads and that kind of thing. B55-1700 is our emergency storm drain project where we're requesting $4 million as programmed. And again, that's goes into the same operating unit, our stormwater infrastructure program, to be used to respond to emergency stormwater issues as those come up over the course of the year. And I'll use this opportunity to respond to the first question asked in Mr. Miller's letter, which is how much of an infrastructure backlog in storm drains and culverts exists, and what is the estimated total cost to complete repairs. We've done that estimate based on some requests regarding state legislation earlier this year, and our current estimates just for the stormwater infrastructure piece of this are about a $200 million backlog. Obviously, that's not something we're going to be requesting in a given fiscal year, but it is essentially reflective of the fact that we're going to be doing stormwater infrastructure work for the foreseeable future, easily over the next 15 to 20 years in terms of tackling that work and that backlog. One of the things, and I'm sure I've mentioned it at prior PAB meetings, is that when the stormwater program was set up 12 years ago, there was essentially almost no understanding of the condition of the existing storm drain infrastructure. There'd been no regular routine inspection and maintenance program like there is on the water and sewer side, in which there has been for decades now. But that kind of thing, or sort of the availability of regular funding through our dedicated stormwater fee has allowed us to begin to move in that direction and to begin to get a handle on the condition of that infrastructure. But as is the case with so many of these things, once you begin to go digging and understand what the condition of that infrastructure is, the practical backlog grows. So it's not, we're triaging the work that we're doing in the infrastructure realm, but there is a significant estimated backlog of work that should keep us busy for the foreseeable future on that front. And so that, like I say, that's grown from sort of initial estimates when the program went into place. For B55-1800, our storm drainage and stormwater management infrastructure project, we're requesting $2.1 million. This is basically countywide water quality and other efforts that we're exploring and that we're using this funding to basically pursue sort of concept or feasibility level work for a number of projects. If those get legs, what we end up doing is creating new capital projects to flesh those projects to fruition eventually, but it's got a countywide range to it and has been very helpful for us to get some of our more innovative projects in the ground over the past several years. B56-1100, our WPRP restoration grant, we're asking for $1.2 million, which is what we have requested for the past several years. This is money that goes from the county to the Chesapeake Bay Trust, which is a grant-making organization. These dollars are provided to local nonprofit organizations that are undertaking water quality restoration projects that the county can use to help satisfy its water quality requirements and to help pursue the mission work of those organizations. So groups like Arundel Rivers Federation, Severn River Keeper, Magathie River Association, Watershed Stewards Academy. All of those groups end up pursuing funding through this grant program, and it's been very popular for over a decade now. B56 8300, our public-private performance of water quality improvements project. We're asking for $2 million here. I'll explain in a little bit more detail this program in the context of some of the questions that Mr. Miller had asked. Again, another project where we're basically engaging the private sector to design, permit, build projects that ultimately get turned over to the county to help us meet our regulatory needs. It's been a very successful program in terms of driving down the overall costs of compliance as well as expediting implementation. And I'll demonstrate that, like I say, in a slide in a little bit in terms of the details there. B55 3800, this is Patapsco Tidal Outfall 03. I know the nomenclature is a little bit tedious, but just to give folks a little bit of a clarity on where that is, it's Back Creek. This is a tributary to the Patapsco River in the area around Ordnance Road up in Glen Burnie. So that's a stream restoration project that's getting ready to go to construction in the coming fiscal year. B55 4800, Patapsco Tidal Stream Restoration 7. We're asking for $3 million. This is for Marley Creek. There are about 4 or 5 different tributaries within the Marley Creek watershed around Marley Station Mall and downstream of that area that are under design and permitting for restoration. And we're going to begin going to construction to those this fiscal year and then into the coming fiscal year as well. And this is a request for some additional funding for construction there. B55 5400, Patapsco Tidal Patapsco non-tidal outfalls. This is for a $800,000 for a project that we're doing at the Maritime Institute in Linthicum. So this is a site where we've had a good coordination with the Maritime Institute there, which is a location that hosts a lot of conventions and a lot of conferences locally. This will be a site that will have a great opportunity to highlight the work that the county is doing, to arrange tours and have easy public access to that project, which is all on the Maritime Institute property. B55 6800, Little Patuxent Outfall 02. This is a little bit over a $2 million request for work on Towser's Branch, which is a tributary to Little Patuxent coming off Route 3 in the area around Wall Chapel and Crofton. B57 1400 Patuxent Outfalls. This is $450,000 request for work on we call it the Crofton Outfall Project. It's on the campus of Crofton High School, a severe area of erosion draining down into county parkland. And so this is for construction funding for that project. B57 1600 Severn Outfalls. This is a $3.3 million request for construction of Upper Cowhide Branch. This is the tributary that runs alongside the Arundel Medical Center, above Medical Parkway down into Weems Creek in the Severn River. And that project will be going to construction in the coming fiscal year. B57 4000 Naholes Road Outfall. This is design work, $565,000 for design and permitting work for a stream restoration project and outfall in the Severn Run natural area, which is DNR property up above 97, and ties into some other work that's been going on in that area. B58 2500, this is Clark Station Road Resilience. This is an $800,000 request for additional construction funding for that project, which is the installation of a significant trunk conveyance line along Clark Station Road and then up into several of the adjacent communities that have had ongoing drainage issues for a number of decades as a result of drainage infrastructure having been never installed adequately at the time those communities went in the first place. They're communities that are 40 or 50 years old at this point. B55 8600 Cattail Creek Stream and Wetland Restoration. We're asking for $200,000 for the design and permitting for this project, which runs behind Oak Hill Elementary School in Severna Park and ultimately goes into Cattail Creek, which is a tributary to the Magothy River. And then finally, B002127. This is that water quality utility project. We're asking for $6.2 million. This is for construction on two projects that we're doing in coordination with our utility bureau to protect existing wastewater infrastructure, and at the same time do large scale stream restoration, wetland creation as part of those projects. And I've got, I'll just jump to this slide real quickly. This is sort of an example of another site where in the last year or so we coordinated with utilities there. This is Marley Creek Green Branch, a tributary to Marley Creek in the Patapsco River. This is a community over off Crane Highway in the Millersville area. There were several sewer line exposures in that system. As part of the project, we were able to basically bring the elevation of that whole system up, bury this sewer infrastructure, protect it permanently, and also create habitat features, along the lines of what we conventionally do for a restoration project. So it's always great when there's an opportunity for us to work with utilities, cost share, then all the funding isn't borne by one funding source or another, and we're able to really give them more durable protection for their infrastructure than they would be able to do alone. Traditionally, if you had a situation like this where you had a sewer line exposure and utilities was forced to handle it on their own, a lot of times what they do is sort of do a piecemeal surgical installation of stone around or on the pipe that may last for 5 or 10 years, but that would usually be something that they'd need to be going back at in a relatively short time frame because of the fact that it would be a sort of a isolated fix. So we're looking forward to the opportunity to have a more programmatic collaboration with them. I just wanted to point out a couple of countywide projects that we have had in the process. The Jabez 2 Stream and Wetland Restoration was a project that we initiated out of that B55-1800 account, in which has its own capital project, and will be going to construction in the coming year, a big tributary to the Jabez branch, which is a tributary to the Severn. And then on the right-hand side is our Crofton Gulf Stream and Wetland Restoration project, just sort of an illustrative example of what those projects look like. This is about a year after construction at that site. And then I wanted to highlight some restoration grant projects that we've completed in the last year in conjunction with our partners. This is, like I say, the money that goes through the Chesapeake Bay Trust. On the top is a project called the Chestnut Hill Cove Stream and Wetland Restoration Project up in Glen Burnie. This was a site tributary to Nabbs Creek where the community worked with us and the Resilience Authority, as well as DNR and BG&E, actually, to get funding from a variety of sources to do a comprehensive stream living shoreline project that came together very nicely up there, and the kind of project we're really happy to see come to fruition as a result of this project. And then on the bottom is a living shoreline project done at the Elizabeth's Landing community, which is a townhouse community up in Pasadena, up on the Patapsco. I wanted to respond directly to some of the other questions that Mr. Miller had raised. I think I've gotten to the first one, which was like I say, about $200 million, to his question about the infrastructure backlog. The current cost per linear foot of stream restoration and step pools construction, and average cost for other kinds of practices. I wanted to throw this slide up because this slide I usually use to talk about the full delivery of water quality program improvements program that I mentioned earlier. But I've also got sort of the illustrative costs for other conventional practices using the county standard methodology for implementation. So just in sort of broad classes of projects, the bioretention retrofits, which are sort of like smaller scale projects going back into the developed landscape and fitting small stormwater practices, say in median areas or in community property or other areas where we have the opportunity to work, tend to be quite expensive in terms of their implementation. We still do them, but they are fairly expensive at about $200,000 per acre. our stormwater pond retrofits, where we're going into existing features that are throughout the county and basically modifying them, bringing them up to contemporary standards, are quite a bit less expensive because you've obviously already got the land that's earmarked for that purpose. A lot of times there's a willingness on the part of the owners, whoever they are, to cooperate with the county and let us go in and do those. And then stream restoration is even more affordable in terms of the county's approach to this work. But what I really wanted to point out also was that we're always looking for ways to retain affordability. And I think as you all look at the capital projects across the county, I'm sure you see escalating prices, whether it be, fire stations or park properties or other kinds of things, which has just been sort of the economic reality that we've been faced with in the last 5 or 6 years. But I wanted to point out that our full delivery program, which is a significant piece of what we're implementing, over the course of the last 10 years or so, we've actually been able to drive down the costs of compliance in a pretty inflationary environment. So you can see that on an annual basis, there's some fluctuation here. But starting from a place of $15,000 to $20,000 per acre treated in the first couple of years, 10 years, 7 or 8 years later, we're still in this now $10,000 or $11,000 per acre treated. And that's, like I say, I think a testament to being able to harness some of the market drivers for implementation work. And this is not, all of our portfolio, but it is a key piece of our portfolio and has helped us to keep our costs down overall, which is sort of an opportunity maybe to respond to his third question, which is, do you see a need to increase the stormwater remediation fee anytime soon or reduce the number of projects? And I would say the answer to both those questions is no. We have been able to keep the fee at a flat rate for the past couple of years. We're not asking to increase it this year. We've actually used less bond authorization than we had initially expected in our rate models, and so we've been able to keep costs fairly low. That's not to say that we won't be asking for an increase at some point down the line, but right now we're not in a position where we need to ask for any kind of increase. And then Mr. Mills' last question is how many full and part-time positions are currently funded in our FY26 budget? And are there positions funded for personnel working outside of the BWPR? We've currently got 40 positions internally that are funded through our program, and we fund 8 positions in the Department of Inspections and Permits, primarily inspectors who are responsible for inspecting private stormwater best management practices. And that number of staff has not changed since FY 2020, and in fact has not changed since the program went into place in FY 14. So we have not asked for any new positions. I don't anticipate that we'll ask for any new positions in the foreseeable future, and we've been able to get by with the staffing that the county has provided for us. So if there are any other questions, answered many of the ones that were posed from the outset.
Go ahead, Elizabeth. You have a question?
No, it's gonna be me. So, okay. Question. Thank you, Eric. I appreciate all the information, and I've been very involved with this obviously since the beginning, but I do have a question on the backlog. How are we addressing that backlog? You just mentioned that we're not going to increase the fee, but I just don't see how we are going to move that needle unless we increase the fee. Are we getting any help from anybody else on the infrastructure repair?
So we are working hand in hand, and we have been for years now, working with our pavement management group in highways, basically. So as they are repaving roads, we're going in before they do the repaving to check out the condition of the stormwater infrastructure. If there's something that needs to be done, we're replacing or lining that stormwater infrastructure before they go in and pave. So we're not having to rip up their pavement, at some point in the near future. But I think in terms of funding cooperation, just to be blunt, no, we're not getting any cost sharing. And in fact, it's the one element of our program that MDE doesn't really even recognize that the county is providing resources to. As silly as that probably sounds to somebody on the outside, the county's spending at this point about $12 million a year on infrastructure maintenance, and the state is not recognizing that that's part of our obligation in terms of our stormwater compliance. What I'd say, Elizabeth, though, and I know it's a big number, is that, like I say, we're inspecting and then triaging. So if we find issues that are significant, we're obviously moving those to the front of the line, and we're documenting areas where there may be a need for intervention down the line. And even if we were, hesitate to say it, but even if we were given more money on that front, we would probably have difficulty spending it in terms of having just the capacity, in terms of the contracting and the folks who are doing oversight and the staffing to be able to get that into the ground. So we're not in a crisis position, even though I know that's kind of an alarming number to throw out there. I think our commitment is to continue to prioritize the maintenance of infrastructure, to get a good handle on how that infrastructure, the shape that infrastructure is in, and to chip away at it over time in a sustainable way, as opposed to creating sort of a balloon that we need to tackle. So I feel confident in talking with staff and working with our colleagues in highways that we're on the right track with our current methodology.
And are these, thank you. I appreciate all that. And I get what you're saying, because if we got a big chunk of change, we wouldn't be able to use it all.
Right.
Are these costs, that the screen that you have up now, in line with other jurisdictions? How do we compare in Anne Arundel County to either other counties or across the state? I'm just curious.
Yeah, it's a good question. So, in terms of, and Mr. Miller mentions it in his letter, for the financial assurance plan, our overall cost for everything that we're doing in terms of implementation is about $26,000 per acre treated. So, like, if normalizing across all of our practices, and I think that situates us very well compared to the organizations that we're usually comparing ourselves to, whether it's Baltimore City or Baltimore County or Prince George's County, Howard County, Montgomery County. I think we're in a spot where we're sort of at the low end of our overall costs, and there's a variety of reasons for that. But I think we've been able to keep our costs quite a bit lower than we had originally anticipated, sort of when the program went into place, as a result of being sort of creative in terms of the projects we're pursuing. Just as for instance, we sort of went in building a program expecting the cost of compliance to be about $50,000 per acre. And so even 10, 12 years out, we're still at about 50% of that number in terms of where our costs are. And there's a variety of reasons for that. But I think, we've been able to keep costs down, like I say, through a variety of these strategies, not the least of which is having a great set of folks in the nonprofit sector who work side by side with us and who are doing this work at a very affordable rate.
Right. So yeah, definitely shout outs to, there's too many to name, but I know that there are a lot of partnerships with you all. And isn't most of this work being done by contractors?
Yes. Yeah. None of the work is really, the work is managed by the county staff, but the design, permitting, construction work is all being done by private sector consultants or contractors.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
And more.
Thanks.
I have and listen, I want Eric and Dave both know I'm not trying to prioritize funding with this question. I'm just trying to seek a little understanding here. And if it's safe to say that, the water restoration shedding obviously is preventive maintenance for dredging. Would that be something safe to say?
There is a piece of that, yes, and that's a good insight. So actually, the county, before this program was set up in 2013, to the extent that it was doing any of this work, it was tied generally to permits for dredging. So it was the Corps would issue a permit and say, if you're going to do dredging, you also need to take steps to arrest the sediment sources in the uplands. Obviously, and so we're doing maybe one project a year or one project every 2 years at that point. That was before I came to the county. But since then, our scale has ramped up much more dramatically, and we're doing a lot more of these projects, and they are having the co-benefit of reducing the need for
dredging. Yeah, that's what I was getting to. I wanted to just make sure that I understood that the investment in this has a long-lasting effect to reducing the need for dredging in the future.
That's absolutely right. Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Board members, any other questions? Okay, a general question I have, Eric, is the Bay Restoration Fund, the fee that's collected. Do you know offhand when the last time that fee was analyzed and raised?
So it was raised, I think probably around 2012, 2013. It was doubled, I think, from maybe $30 basically a household to $60 a household. And that fee is actually set to sunset, or part of that fee is set to sunset in 2030, I believe, at the state level. And there's, as you can imagine, there's a lot of conversation about will that in fact sunset, or will that money be redeployed, because a lot of it's been used to upgrade wastewater treatment plants, and sort of the scope of the things it's been used on has expanded over time as well, including agricultural properties and other kinds of things. But it's something that the state is looking at in terms of whether or not that fund fee will remain in place, and what it will be used on going forward. And as you know, I'm sure, Gus, that those dollars are used for health department grants for things like septic upgrades. Some of those dollars are also used for the kind of work that we do, and granted through through other agencies, MDE and that sort of thing, for stormwater and other clean water quality work. But yeah, I think it's still sort of up in the air as to exactly what form that's going to take over the next few years.
Okay, thank you. I think rather than sunsetting, I think maybe that fee ought to go up like everything else.
I'm sure there's a lot of people who would be happy to indulge you. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Board members, any other questions?
I do have one question. I do have one question. The bioretention retrofit, is that just basic, the maintenance? Are we talking like kind of reestablishing an entire bioretention?
So that's for the design, permitting, and construction of those features. And so that is not the operational cost for maintaining. That's the cost for implementing it on the front end. And like I say, yeah. Does that answer your question, Mr. DePietro?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. So that's contained in the operational budget, the overall maintenance of the bioretentions throughout the county.
Correct. For public facilities, many of those are private features, and so in those cases, the owner is responsible.
Okay, Elizabeth, you had a question? Thank you, Michael.
I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. With that, thank you very much, Eric, for your presentation, and thank you for all the hard work that you do.
Thanks, Gus. Appreciate it. Thank you to the PAB.
Thank you.
All right, Jessica, we have a couple minutes. Do you have any administrative stuff that you want to discuss? And can you go over the schedule for next week while we're a little bit ahead of schedule here?
Yeah, of course. So next week we'll be meeting in the Chesapeake room in person at 9 a.m. to start going over the budget. So Naomi will assist you guys. As you know, you've got a lot of work ahead of you because unfortunately, the amount of funding that we have is not equal to the amount that's been requested. So you all will look at the projects and determine, where there's room to make adjustments. And so, like I said, Naomi will guide you through that. She's our rock star throughout this process. And I have on the schedule that will end around 2, so it'll be about a half day. I know that it's a lot to ask from you, 3 full Fridays from you guys, but it's such a big job that that's why we request your presence during the day for these deliberations, just because it can take a bit of time. The good news is that there will be lunch. So I will message you guys after this just to check in about dietary restrictions. Nothing too crazy. It'll just be sandwiches, but that's something. And yeah, so just 9 to 2 Chesapeake Room. Hopefully you'll be able to eat what we've got for you.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And just in the event there's any type of inclement weather, we're on the same snow as schedule as the county, correct?
Yes. So if there's inclement weather, staff are able to telework, and so we're instructed to do so. So we could just switch the meeting to be virtual instead of being a hybrid component. So I request the PAB's presence in the Chesapeake Room next week. Obviously, like all of our meetings, we have some kind of virtual component. If there's a snow day, staff are still able to work, so we can go fully virtual. Obviously, if there's power outages or anything, just get in contact with me because we need to have a quorum. But yeah, we can just take it virtual.
Okay, very good. Well, with that, we are ready for a break. Does any of the board members have anything they need to discuss? Because we have a couple extra minutes. Nothing? Okay, we'll take a break and we'll reconvene back at 2:15. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It's 2:15 and we're going to reconvene. This is the Planning Advisory Board Capital Budget Review. And at this time, we have Waste Management and Mr. Rhodey Holthouse. Rhodey, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning Advisory Board. I'm Rhodey Holthouse, Deputy Director for BPW, presenting the FY27 Waste Management or N-Class Department request. I have a number of slides here. I'm going to give a little bit of background intro, just so everyone remembers what we do, but I don't have many projects to talk about, so I will really do a page by page for any of the projects that have a request in the 6-year program. So the Bureau of Waste Management Services is really the primary provider of solid waste services to county residents. And at this point, we're providing curbside collection to over 173,000 households. Just to give you some perspective, back in January of 2010, that number was about 149,000. So there's been considerable growth in the last 15 years. That's part of the some of the projects as well. So I'll discuss that in more detail. Our capital program focuses on the implementation of projects at our facility. So if you look at the screen here, you see the map that shows we have 3 primary locations. Number 1 is the Millersville Landfill and Resource Recovery Facility, which includes our Central Recycling Center. Number 2 is our Northern Recycling Center, which once upon a time was the home of the Glen Burnie Landfill, which closed back in the 1980s. And Site 3 is the Southern Recycling Center, which also was a former landfill, the Sudley Road landfill, which closed in 1993. So again, the capital program really talks about implementing projects at those locations for the current facilities. In terms of long-range planning, we really are developing our facilities in a really significant regulatory environment. So everything we do is governed by permits issued either by the US EPA or the Maryland Department of the Environment or others. And we're seeing a lot of changes in the landscape in terms of law and regulation. So we're trying to be prepared for that. We also, as an enterprise, are taking care of all of our other infrastructure. So not only the things that make waste management special, like landfill and recycling operations, but buildings and roads and all those types of things we care for ourselves. So they fall outside of other programs like the Bureau of Highways or even utility operations. We care for our own sewer and water pipes and things like that on our properties. We also have the special requirement to take care of closed landfill units. And I mentioned we have the Glen Burnie landfill, which was active until 1982. We manage the post-closure care of that facility. Again, that's in Glen Burnie. We also have the Sudley Road landfill in South County, the Deal area, and that facility is also in post-closure care. And we also maintain the older units at the Millersville landfill, and I'll talk more about that in the context of one of my project requests. You folks, I'm sure, know this very well, but Plan 2040 also has some goals and policies for us in particular. So I won't go through these line by line, but I do have a chart that crosswalks our project to Plan 2040 and some of its requirements. Are we good?
Yeah, we're
Okay.
good.
Yeah, I just heard a phone ringing. The similar to the way Eric presented program drivers, I wanted to do the same thing. So we're really categorizing a number of our projects, or all of our projects in a number of these categories, extending the useful life of our infrastructure to support our operations, ensuring capacity, whether that's recycling or disposal capacity. We are following needs and requirements that have been approved in our 10-year solid waste management plan, which is a state required document. We're also working to ensure we meet regulatory requirements. And again, I'll mention a number of changes or expected changes in that landscape over the next few years that we're trying to plan for through the capital program. And then obviously enhancing our facilities to meet new needs, whether that's climate resiliency, customer needs, other programmatic themes, and other emerging needs. We care for those through the capital program as well. So at the highest level, and I again, I do have a project by project slide, so that'll take us through the Schedule 2 and Schedule 4. But at the highest level, our FY 2027 project request is actually a reduction from the approved program for FY 27. So I'll talk more about that. We have one new N-class request for the out years, so it's fiscal 2031, 2032. And the summary of our 6-year program is a $100.4 million request at this point. And that the increase is primarily due to the new project request, and then also construction phase funding for existing projects that are in the program. So again, here's the crosswalk of the FY 2027 requests to policies and program drivers. Again, I'll go through these in detail, but it is an overall reduction in the amount of funding that's requested for FY 27 as compared to the FY 26 approved program. And then for the 6-year program, again, I'll mention the new project and all these projects in more detail. But this just, again, is that crosswalk of the projects to our program drivers and the changes within each program, within each project that total up to the increase in the program. With that, my first project is N000427, Waste Management Services Public Drop-Off Facility. That's on page 311. And again, in terms of planning for the future, we have operated 3 waste facility locations for over 40 years now. And over that time, we've seen significant growth, not only in the population of the county and the number of customers that are using our facilities, but also the types of waste we're handling and the amount of operations we're conducting to do recycling and composting and all that sort of thing. We have been working on a study to look at the capacity of our existing facilities. And obviously the goal is to eke out as much capacity as we can from the existing facilities. But we're also looking at the future, looking towards the future and a fourth facility. So this new project request is really a placeholder for that future facility. We're asking for funding for land acquisition in FY31 and design in FY32, and then the facility construction would be programmed for later in the out years of the capital improvement program. My next project is N526900 solid waste renovations on page 312. And this is our multi-year program that we have used successfully for many, many years to care for buildings, roads, sewer, water, mechanical, electrical systems, things like that. We are programming funding for FY 2032 of $1.44 million. And that's consistent with the program. In FY 27, we have a number of things that we want to accomplish, including some renovations to the Northern Recycling Center maintenance building, the Millersville landfill blower and flare station, which is the central facility where we are collecting or extracting gas and sending it to our gas to electricity facility. Pavement management, which is really similar to the way Bureau of Highways manages its roads, trying to pick the right treatment at the right time to save money in the long run and eke out pavement life. And also at our Southern Recycling Center, some renovations on our employee maintenance building, employee/maintenance building. And please stop me if there are any questions. My next project is N581800 Millersville landfill main entrance upgrades on page 313. I only mention this one because it's complete. So it was a good project. We're asking to deobligate $1 million in FY 2027, and this is the real reason for the overall reduction in the FY 27 request. So again, very successful project. We not only improve the access along Burns Crossing Road to our facilities by extending a turn lane, but within the facility, you may or may not know this, but there have been some consolidations of county fueling stations. We have a fueling station at this location that is now used by fire companies in particular from the Odenton area. We, as part of this project, built an access lane that allows folks like fire apparatus to bypass the entrance line so they don't get caught up in the entrance queue with other customers. So that was one of the improvements here, along with stormwater management, which is not insignificant, and then upgrades to fencing, lighting, and signage, some of which had been in place since the 1970s. So good project, finished, came in under budget. So happy about that.
Rhodey, I'll stop you there. Just
Sure.
commend you on that project. A really, really good project, and it was a big need there, and it looks great.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. Next project is N584200 maintenance of closed landfill, and I sort of mentioned this in the context of my remarks on dealing with regulatory requirements. So this project actually was created a few years ago to use to be the framework to use the Solid Waste Assurance Fund for post-closure care. So again, the Solid Waste Assurance Fund is separate from the Solid Waste Operating Fund, and it is based on contributions we've made to care for landfill units at the end of their life since the early 1990s. So we've accumulated this money, and this project lets us use it to care for already closed portions of the landfill. We appropriated $1.67 million in FY 2026 to repair areas, some erosion that we've witnessed on Cell 8, which was closed back in 2017. And we're asking for $920,000 additional dollars based on the latest cost estimates for identified work. And what you see in the pictures is really just areas of erosion that we've identified over the last couple of years during some of these heavy rainstorms.
Rhodey, I do have a question regarding the closed landfills. Do you ever see a future use for that property, long-term wise?
I think the maybe some sort of passive use many years in the future. And by that, one of the things that we've looked at, continue to look at, and actually just finished at the Glen Burnie landfill was a public-private partnership to build a solar farm. So they built a solar park on a closed landfill. Uh, I think the key there is that you have to make sure the landfill's completed all of its settlement, right? Because you can't put these solar panels on top of it if it's going to settle, and that can be a problem for a number of reasons. But at this point, in the years after a landfill closes, we're still harvesting gas actively, so that'll go on for decades. So there are a lot of infrastructure out there that's really not compatible with a public use. So we have vertical wells and other types of piping and infrastructure. So we really need to, sort of maintain, manage control over it. But yeah, in the long term, it's definitely possible. In some places they've turned old landfill areas into parks or other types of passive use other than solar parks. But we really don't have, because we'll be using this facility for many, many decades into the future, and we haven't come up with those plans at this point.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask you how you deal with the sediment erosion or the issues that you have highlighted in the picture?
Yeah, so basically it'll be some sort of an excavation to ensure, so these, I guess I should say, all of these things are happening above the waste. So what happens is once the waste is at its final elevation, it's a composite capping system that includes layers of plastic and then soil and drainage media and things like that. So what has happened is, rain has gone into the uppermost layer, and which is really just topsoil and some sort of turf grass um, uh, cover, and as it's looking for its way out, it has carried with it some of the underlying soils. So it hasn't gotten into any of the underlying waste that's under the the geosynthetic cap. So we're really just talking about some small excavation and replacing material with something that's uh, a better pathway for the water that's flowing sort of underneath the surface of the vegetation.
Okay,
But
thank you.
Yep, sure. It is tricky though, because we're talking about, slopes and things like that. So this is not just a flat area, That's a good question. My next project is N590800 Millersville Landfill Resource Recovery Facility Maintenance Building Upgrades on page 316. This is really just to extend the useful life of one of our key buildings. I call it a maintenance building, but it's much more than that. It's also offices and storeroom, locker room, kitchen, lunchroom, all that sort of thing for most of the employees at the Millersville campus. We have conceptual designs that were developed in a planning study, and we've programmed all of that for FY 28 and 29. This request this year would just tweak some of the overhead costs and construction overhead costs. So we're asking to add $55,000 to the already approved project based on the latest cost estimates. My next project is N590900 Millersville Landfill Subcell 9.4 Design and Construction on page 317. And I know everyone has seen me, most everyone has seen me each year talking about the phase design of cell 9. This would be the fourth phase to build the fourth portion of cell 9 disposal area. We have design funding programmed in FY 2029. We're asking to reduce it by $54,000. And construction funding is programmed for FY 30. We're asking to increase it by 1.4 million based on latest cost estimates. So again, as we step through the cell 9 construction, we're building basically 15 to 20 acre phases over the 40 or so years of life of cell 9.
Guess I have a quick question about that
Sure.
aspect. Like Gus said, what do you do for long term since we are building it now? Are you planning to have it for something else later?
At this point, no. We the life of cell 9, the landfill life right now is estimated at 20,000 or 2048. We are actively in a permit process with the Maryland Department of the Environment to push that life into the 2060s. And then beyond that, we have some design opportunities, options for future life that can be pursued, beyond 2060. So yeah, so I'll say for the short, intermediate, and long term, the Millersville landfill is the planned use is a landfill on this property. So anything and then the regulatory requirements are 30 years of post-closure care. So this property will in the next century continue to be managed as a landfill or a closed landfill long after I'm gone.
I know what I was thinking. Understood. Thank you.
Sure. It's a good question though. N594200 leachate pretreatment plant on page 318. So this is one of the emerging issues for not only landfills, but also water and wastewater treatment facilities, probably many other industries. This per and polyfluoroalkyl substances or PFAS. These are the things that they're calling the forever chemicals that happen to be in many of our consumer products. So this project would retrofit the Millersville landfill leachate pretreatment facility, which is where we process wastewater that comes out of the landfill before it goes to the county's Patuxent Water Reclamation Facility, would retrofit our facility to remove these compounds. So again, this is planning for the future. We are expecting the EPA right now is working on new pretreatment requirements that will be affecting all landfills in the United States. Don't know when those will be finalized. Again, they're under development now, but those will require facilities like our own to retrofit to treat their wastewater to remove these compounds before they send them to wastewater treatment facilities. So we are asking again. We've established this project. We're asking for additional funding for the start of construction in FY 2032. But the project will be shaped by regulations which have not been finalized yet at the federal level. And my final project again is the same under the same sort of regulatory framework. I mentioned the EPA and its plans for addressing the issue of the PFAS compounds. Maryland also has an action plan. And one of the things that Maryland is looking at in particular for landfills is requiring them to monitor groundwater, surface water, and wastewater for these compounds now, which is a new thing. So we've been doing that since July 2024. The state's goal is to protect public health, obviously, which is good. From our perspective, I'm just trying to be prepared. So I've asked for this project, and it was approved in FY 26 to extend public water out to the area around our Millersville landfill. At this point, it's not required, but it's a big cost. So I wanted to identify it in a 6-year program. So we have done that. And if required, this project would let us, build a water main around our facility and connect private users to public water system if it's ever required. So it really establishes or reestablishes a contingency plan that had existed back in the 1990s. That contingency project went away because it was never necessary. As we sit here today, it's not necessary. But again, I wanted to ensure that it was out there, because it may become something that we have to pursue in the next few years based on MDE action and regulatory requirements. So I'm asking for the 25.1 million for construction in 2032, which is the first year of the new program, if it's required. If not, it would just continue to be a placeholder, hopefully like it was in the 1990s and never needed. And that is my last project. Happy to take any questions on the projects or anything in general.
Thank you, Rhodey. I do have a question. For the fourth drop-off location, I know you have in the budget there money to acquire land.
Right.
What area is that fourth drop-off area going to be located in?
Yeah, good question. So at this point, nothing definitive, but obviously most of the growth has happened in sort of that West County area. So I will say, if you look on the here, N422736 is a recycling center capacity expansion study. I like to always start these kinds of projects with a planning study. So we are looking at some opportunities, project or properties and locations, and I think they typically tend to be in the what I would call the West County area, because that's where we've seen the most significant growth over the last few decades. From say Hanover down to Fort Meade area. That's again not a guarantee, but we're just trying to prepare for that need, and I want to again get it into the capital program. I have some stats here just so you can see. When we started, well, not when we started, but in 1982 is when we had basically the same three locations that we have now. Anne Arundel County had 382,000 people. Now in 2024, it's 602,000 people. Visits to our facilities, I can't go back to 1982 for that. It's probably typewritten somewhere in some archive. But in 2010, we had 691,000 visits to our facilities. Last year, it was 824,000, so 20% more. So again, the goal is really twofold. It's to eke out capacity of the existing facilities, and so we'll be looking at some improvements to do that, just like we did with the entrance improvements at the Millersville campus. But realistically, at some point, whether it's in 2032 or shortly thereafter, it'll be appropriate to really talk about, pin down, and make sure we have that fourth facility, which again will take some time, right? So even after I'm sure we identify a short list of properties, that takes some outreach and et cetera, to win support to do that. So.
Very good. And maybe once that study's done, the county may have a piece of property that would be suitable.
Sure. Absolutely.
Okay. Board members, any other questions? No questions? You can't let Rhodey off that easy. Okay, Rhodey, if you could, on that $17.1 million request for the 000427 project for 2031, I know that has land acquisition in there. If you could separate what the design or the study would cost versus land acquisition, that would help us.
Okay.
Board members,
Yes.
no other questions? Okay. Mr. Holthouse, always a pleasure to hear from you, and good job. And one comment I will make is that I think that I know your job during the snow was absolutely probably one of the hardest things you've ever had to do. There was nowhere to put the trash cans, and there was just everything was against you. But really good job in making an effort to get all the trash picked up for you and all your subcontractors.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, it was tough for those folks. We had 2 days where everything was completely shut down, but they started up again, and at least in earnest on Wednesday of that week. And the biggest challenge, honestly, were and we all know this. I wasn't guilty of this, I don't think, but I saw some of my neighbors make sure they could use their snowblower by moving the boat out of the driveway and putting it in the street, and then parking all the cars in the street instead of in the driveway. And that just makes things narrow for snow plowing, for garbage collection and everything. So, but yeah, it all happened, and I think for the most part, a lot of understanding from the residents, and that's a helpful thing. But we're back on track, for a while, so that's good.
Yeah, very good job. And I also think you do a really good job with negotiating your contracts, finding good subcontractors that give the Anne Arundel County residents really good service.
Yeah, thank you.
We hear a lot of stories from other counties or areas that they don't get quite the excellent service that we get.
I appreciate that. I'll definitely pass that on.
So thank you. Alrighty, no other questions then, board members? Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you. Have a good weekend.
You also. Okay, we're moving on. This is the capital budget review, and our next up is wastewater. And who do we have? Do we have Mrs. Beth O'Connell?
Chris Murphy is going to represent DPW for water and sewer projects.
Okay, very good.
All right.
Mr. Murphy, welcome aboard, and
thanks.
The floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay. I think Rody did a great job. I caught the very tail end of his. I hope I do as well as Rody did. So let me go ahead and share my screen. All right. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm probably going to look at the screen and not at the camera. So I hope you guys don't mind if I look off to the left a little bit. So, all right. So I am Chris Murphy. I'm the engineer administrator for utility engineering within the Bureau of Engineering. I'll be going over the water and wastewater capital improvement program budget for FY27. All right, first, I'm just going to give you a quick overview of just some of our infrastructure, so you can kind of get a feel for how much we're spending on assets. I think you guys have seen this before. Those of you who've joined me before on this, going through these capital projects. So for our water and sewer piping, estimating that the value of our water and sewer pipes is about $4.2 billion. And then our pumping stations are averaging, let's say it's the estimated value of them is about 1.5 billion. And then water storage tanks, this is just the cost of the paint. So the paint that's on there is about $50 million. So each of these things has a different life cycle replacement. So sort of its useful life. Water pipe, it's about 75 years. Depends on the different types of material. Certain materials last a little bit longer. Certain materials last a little shorter. Also depends on the soils that it's in, if they're corrosive or not. It also depends on what's going through it. Stuff with wastewater lasts a shorter time period than just stuff with water. It's a lot less corrosive. So what we're showing here is that, hey, if we match this replacement life cycle, we would replace the water pipe 1.5% of the water pipe every year, get it all done in 75 years. 2% of the pump station equipment, replace it, would be done in 50 years. Water storage tanks, we paint them every 15 years. We need about 6.7% of that cost. So you can see the far right is what the appropriation is this year. And then the column next to it is sort of what the goal amount would be. That looks fantastic. Looks like we're hitting everything we want to hit. But unfortunately, our infrastructure didn't get put in a straight line. Our stuff is probably in the starting to age. It's sort of like I don't know. It's kind of like a 40-year-old adult. It's not the 80-year-old adult yet. So we're going to hit a wave where we're going to have to start increasing spending. We have an asset management plan right now. We're doing a whole bunch of condition assessments. I'll talk about that a little bit later on, about where we're trying to spend that so we can get ahead of the curve, get ahead of the wave, make sure that we're investing in the right areas. So let's see the next slide. I'm going to go over the sewer projects first. I'm going to hit all these ones that I've noted in green. We'll go through each one of these individually so get you a little heads up on each one of those. First one is the Broadneck WRF upgrade. This is sort of a multi-phase project. We're in our last piece of equipment that needs to get upgraded on this project, which is the grit system improvements. It's getting bid out this spring. Based on current estimates, we need $1.1 million additional in FY26 to bid that out and get it constructed. S802-300. This is our WRF infrastructure upgrade retro projects. These typically tend to be our smaller but important treatment plant upgrades within the wastewater plants. These projects like this include Annapolis odor control, switchgear improvements, blower improvements, and we're doing some of the condition assessment work in this project. We're asking for $12.2 million in FY27, $13.8 million in FY28, and then ongoing $3.3 million, just sort of as a placeholder because we know we're doing so much of this work every year. This is a multi-year project. S807-600, the Piney Orchard SPS and Force Main. We are actually, I don't know if you guys were aware of this or not. We had a major electrical fire back in May of last year. It's really we had a fireball that sort of it really compromised all the electrical control equipment in there. Since this fall, we've actually had this treatment plant. It's been under emergency bypass, so it's actually running down the WBNA trail, tying into our Force Main and going to our Patuxent plant. And what we're doing is we're actually working on doing a project to actually build a permanent pump station here, and then we're going to be decommissioning this station, this treatment plant here. We're currently asking for $18.2 million for FY27, total cost of $38.1 million. We have an owner's advisor on board. We're doing this as design build. We should be bidding this out in late FY26. Like I said, it's currently under temporary bypass to Patuxent, which is also where it'll finally go when the new pump station is constructed. S81000, S810,000. I've turned to this one always. Whenever I try to say this number, it always messes me up. This is our minute jug for recharge project. Been talking to you guys about this for a few years. This is where it's going to take our excellent wastewater effluent, which we make right now, which is hitting all its key permitting needs. But we're going to have it go through an advanced water treatment facility. We're going to turn it into drinking water quality. We're going to put it back into the ground, sort of to complete that water cycle. And then sometime in the next 70, 80 years, we would probably be pulling it back out of the ground eventually. For our drinking water at a different location out at one of our treatment plants. It depends on where we put the water in. Sometimes the water takes hundreds of years to travel. It depends on where we're going to put it in. We're currently, we got legislation that was passed in 2024, Senate Bill 942, which allows us to get a pilot permit application. So right now we're going through getting everything ready for that application permit. And the actual funding for the facility, the demonstration facility, is actually beyond FY32. It's going to be probably FY33 that the legislation added a bunch of requirements that we need to do, which is really important to make sure that we're putting the right stuff in the ground. But it pushed it back out. We're probably hitting that in FY33 with the actual construction. So I added that to the 6-year plus area. This is just sort of a breakout into what we're doing. So in FY27, we're paying for pilot operations. We currently have a small little advanced an advanced water treatment pilot, which is making drinking water quality out of our effluent water. It runs about 15 gallons per minute. It's sort of a system that I'll say it's sort of a large tractor trailer size wise, that sort of size wise facility, but it's sort of for us to work out all the bugs and optimize it. We're also partnering with MDE and MGS to do a coastal plain groundwater model. This will actually is the state currently doesn't have a sort of all-encompassing groundwater model, so that they I'll say so that we can fully understand how all the aquifers are intertwined with each other. Aquifers are sort of I'll say it looks like a sort of Smith Island cake. You know, there's confined layers of clay, and then there's water, and there's confined layers of clay, and then there's water. And we have several of these aquifers that are sort of all stacked on top of each other. The state doesn't have a good model that sort of looks at them all interconnected. So we're working with the state and with MD, MGS, and USGS to build this new coastal plain model, so that we'll be able to see how the water moves back and forth between the different aquifers, how it's all interrelated with all the water that we're pulling out. We're the largest groundwater user in the state, but also with the other surrounding jurisdictions and how what they're doing is affecting it. This will help us out for like saltwater intrusion. It'll help us look at how this managed aquifer recharge is going to work, and it'll also let us know how much more water that we can safely pull out of the ground. So that's all happening right now. We're also going to be doing some test wells for this injection that will happen way out in FY33. We're also money's going to be in FY30 for the design of the demonstration facilities, and then FY31 construction of the test wells, and then like I said, the actual demonstration plant will be built out in like FY33 timeframe. All right, S810-100 is minor system upgrades. These are all mobile home parks. I think there's like 7 or 8 of them. 5 of them are located in the southern part of the county, like the Wason's Corner area. A lot of them, there's one up in the Crownsville area called Summerhill. The majority of these, the ones that are down in the southern part of the county and the one at Summerhill, all have failings in their wastewater plants and their discharges. We would actually be taking them over and constructing new minor system plants, new upgrade. We upgrade the plants. Really, they'd be new plants. Upgrade them and run them, the minor systems there. We've talked to the state as far as getting bay restoration funding, and they thought that we would be eligible for about 75 to 80% of that bay restoration funding for this. So if you look at let's just say this is $80 million, we would get roughly 75% of that would come back from the state for bay restoration funds for us to take that over. We're currently meeting with the state and also talking with the private mobile home park owners about how this would work out, how we'd be able to take them over and upgrade the plants. Next up is our S810-200, our biosolids facility. I think we've talked about this one in the past. This is our biosolids. If you guys are familiar or unfamiliar with biosolids, biosolids is the solid waste that comes out of our wastewater plants. It's sort of the what I'll call the bugs that eat up all the good stuff in the wastewater. This is once they die off. This is sort of the solids. They used to call it sludge, now they call it biosolids. That comes off of the plants. We take it, we dewater it, basically extrude all the water out of it as much as we can. Not all the water out. It comes out to a thick, like I'll say, like a cake batter. They actually call it cake batter type material. Then it actually still has probably like 80% water, even though it looks like cake batter that comes out. What our biosolids facility is going to do is we're going to go ahead and we're going to right now we currently use a third party to actually process the biosolids to dewater it, then to truck it out of the state is typically what they do, and they lay it on farmers' fields. There's been, I think Rhodey mentioned before about PFAS. There's been a big push to restrict where this material can be spread out on farmers' fields and restrictions. There's even in the state right now, there's currently a Senate Bill 719 that's looking to restrict PFAS in biosolids and where it can be placed throughout the state. We're seeing costs go up in this area. We don't have a good control of what those costs might be. So we're looking at since we're looking at doing this biosolids facility to kind of see if we can't get a hold of those costs. The biosolids facility, we'll be reducing our truck tonnage from what's roughly 195 tons a day. We're going to be reducing it down to 10 to 20 tons a day. So it's like a 90% volume, 95% volume reduction. It's going to support our long-term financial stability. As I said before, it's going to give us better control on how we manage our biosolids. We'll be doing this in-house instead of relying on third parties. It's going to greatly reduce the truck volume impacts. It's going to enable us to have operational efficiencies. Again, reducing that amount of material. And then it's actually going to create a environmentally safe product. Since we started this back in 2019, we developed a master plan. We looked at all different types of ways that we could treat and manage these biosolids. And the direction that we settled on was pyrolysis gasification. In the pyrolysis gasification, it creates biochar as one of the off products, as the product that comes out of it. And this biochar can be used as a soil amendment. It can be used for filtration for water systems. It can be used for building materials, like an additive for, like, say, concrete, aggregate, things of that nature. Let's see what else. So we've been working our way through, and we've sort of settled on, to give away the next slide here. We've looked at several different areas. We currently have an owner's advisor on board with us. We're going to be doing this design build. It makes sense because it's a new technology, and it offers the quickest way that we can sort of respond and be flexible to the new technology that we're looking at. The area that we settled on was the Cox Creek area, and Cox Creek has several benefits for us. One is that it produces about 40% of the biosolids in the county. So this is material that we wouldn't need to truck anywhere. So that we can sort of avoid, in our initial phase, any of the cake handling or any of those community impacts. We're going to start with the project there. Let's see what else. Cox Creek actually has some equipment which is what I'm going to go on this next phase. Some other improvements that actually have to happen for us to put the biosolids facility here, which is the first thing is that Cox Creek actually has the oldest dewatering system. The other ones were all updated back in the 2010s. This one actually needs to get updated. Like I said, it handles 40% of the solids today. So that's that box in red is the current dewatering system. We also have an existing septic facility receiving area, which is where the septic trucks come and they drop off their material. That's actually also in need of repair. And then finally, the box that's in green is an existing equalization storage. It's really when we upgraded Cox Creek from what was a BNR system to ENR technology. I think this thing opened back in 2018. We used a lot of the old tankage from the old plant, which it's in need and repair. It's sort of a stopgap measure for using it for the equalization. What we're planning on doing now is we're going to move that septic facility over from the blue box over to the yellow box, move the existing equalization storage facility from the green area over to the orange area, and actually they're actually going to work together. They actually have to be constructed together, but they're also going to work together because it's the same sort of pumping station that's going to be needed to move the flow back and forth. And that'll leave us an area that's in the green that we can actually build this new biosolids facility at. Let's see. So kind of wanted to go over the costs that are associated with this, so that you guys can understand. Our totals didn't change from last year, but kind of how we have things laid out has. So we are asking for an FY27 $15.5 million, and that's actually for the design of the entire dewatering system and the thermal processing system. And then in FY28, we need money to do geotechnical investigations, site prep, things such as doing the coordinating electrical change outs that we need to do. FY30 is sort of the ongoing design of this. FY31, we would start constructing the dewatering improvements, and that kind of gets us out. Okay, so now we've got everything cleaned off we got everything sort of moved out, and this area in green is now available for the thermal processing system that we're going to be looking at. We're still developing what's actually going to be in the final costs for the thermal processing equipment. It's a newer technology. There's limited number of vendors, and we're still and there's only a few systems within the country that are constructed. We've gone out, we've reviewed this. We're still developing the cost estimates for these, but kind of wanted to give you guys an idea of how much these biosolid facilities cost. These are similar types of facilities in our nearby jurisdictions, and then each there's in one for Columbus, Ohio. But the cost for these things can be upwards, in the $300 million, $400 million range. These are all sort of similar things that we're going to be doing, which is the drying. We're just going to be doing a different process on the end. On the end point, we're going to be doing this pyrolysis gasification point at the end instead of the digestion side of this. But kind of wanted to make sure that you understood sort of what we were doing. So I'll just leave it there and ask if there's any questions on what we proposed.
Chris, I'm sure there's lots of questions. The first thing comes to mind when I'm looking at this biosolids facility list.
Yeah.
And our project has a total of about $96 million in the budget, and everybody else looks like it's potentially could be 300 or 400 million.
Yeah.
The first thing comes to mind is, what are you not telling us, or what do we not know?
So we've gone through and looked at what we need to move around, and we've gotten to that point about what we need to move around. The equipment is, I'm going through the wrong way, this way. Okay, so we're going out to different vendors to try to get a price on the equipment. That price on the equipment kind of drives the price of the building and everything else surrounding. The things that are inside the current budget here are all things that have to happen anyways. Sorry, I'm going the wrong way. We have to replace the dewatering facility anyways. We have to replace the septic facility anyways. So those items, they're in here, but they're already need to happen anyways. So I don't think we're not gonna, this 112, that's gonna happen regardless, because of improvements that need to happen there. The cost for the equipment, there's I think we're looking at 5 different vendors. We haven't gotten the cost nailed down yet. That's part of the reason with the design builder and the design build approach. They'll actually help us sort of, I guess, sort of bring this into a more defined, accurate number. It'll be a few years off. It's not going to be within the current 6-year time frame. But I kind of felt like we needed to give you a sense of where we were going with the number, that it was going to be higher than just what we have now.
Thank you. Ultimately, how much of this money is recouped through the sewer charge on everybody's utility bill?
It is. That's part of our I mean, it's going to be part of that operational piece. This cost. This is all for. This isn't growth.
So all of this is this particular project, because it's all more maintenance and rehab, and it's not really covering much growth, is going to be paid for with what used to be called the environmental protection fee, was recently changed to the infrastructure management fee, infrastructure maintenance fee, and that is a percentage of the customer's usage is how that revenue is raised.
Yeah. Gus, we currently spend about just using Synagro for the current process. We spend about $10 million a year on the biosolids, just on the current process. Now, there's going to be additional costs coming up because of the fact, like I told you, that they're not able to really move this PFAS anywhere. But the PFAS and the biosolids is becoming more and more restrictive on where this can be placed. So they'll be trucking it farther and farther, and we will likely be paying more and more.
Okay, thank you. Board members, any questions so far?
Before you leave that, yes, I have a question. So if you go back, your 15 million, go back one slide, is for design.
Yeah.
Whereas if you go to number 15, slide 15, those costs are for advanced digestion. That's not comparative, right?
So,
I mean,
well,
and you don't have anything on here for, is that fiscal 31 for 67?
So the 67 is for the dewatering system. So that's the red thing that I need to replace, the red box here.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So we gave you these projects because they were similar in the fact that they're dealing and handling with biosolids. They're not the same exact technology, because the same exact technology, there's not an example that I can provide you. There's not enough of them for the size of what we're looking at, nor the same type of technology. So instead, we gave you similar types of projects that handle biosolids in similar size.
Okay. So going back to this number right now, we'll have to worry about the 67 going down the road. But going back to this 15 right now is strictly design.
Yes, that is going to be us hiring the design builder, and they're going to be doing design and giving us estimates along the way for all this.
Okay, I'll wait till you're done, because I have 2 other questions, but it doesn't have to do with this.
Okay.
Thank
all
you.
Right. This next one. This is the other part of that Cox Creek septic facility. So this is that orange box that we need to build. They have to happen together, just because of the layout of the whole thing. So you can look at this cost combined with the other cost that's in there. So that you get a feel for what that is. So, okay. So then so I'm going to leave this area here. Next thing is aeration improvements, which is S10-600, which is the WRF aeration system improvements.
Can you go back one second?
Yep.
Sorry.
I can go back one. Yep.
Can you go back to 16? Oh, wait, no, you're right. 15. Sorry.
Yeah.
16.
16.
Yes, thank you. Okay. So this, you're saying the funds requested are all three: design, construction, and inspection. Can you break that out of that 52 million?
Yeah, I can. It should be this. I don't know if you look at page 349, it's probably on page 349, which I don't have in front of me.
Okay. Well, we
It
can
probably
look
has
at.
it probably has it broken out. If it's not there, I can get you the estimate on what that is.
So could we do design in 28, construction in 29, and inspection in 30?
So the design is going to be going on. It's going to take several years for the design, but we have to have all the money together to execute the contract at once. So if
It's
you
a
ship
design build contract, so you have to have the money for design and build, I think is what Chris is trying to say.
Well, no, what I think, no, Karen, I don't think you need to have design build. It allows phases and allows contract
Right.
amendments.
Yeah, but you have to
But the
have a
original
combination of
contract
money.
for design needs to have all the money there for that
Right.
design piece. Yeah.
Right.
They'll be doing design across the whole realm of the timeline. And like I said, like we're gonna be looking at this all the way through. And if we need to take an off ramp, we'll take an off ramp as the different phases progress. But the things that we're showing on here, on those the dewatering system, the moving of the new equalization system, the septic facility, those things are all things that are going to need to happen anyways, regardless.
Okay, but go back to 16, please. Is there a way to break out 52 million out of all being requested in 28 is my question.
Yes, probably. I mean, but
hopefully.
well, I can break it out for you. The money that just go back to this.
So I'm sorry, Elizabeth, are you asking the structure of breakout for fiscal year 28? Like design? Okay, so it says plans and engineering's about 3.2 of that, construction's about 46.3 of that, and overhead's about 2.9 of it. And that's what indicated on page 349 of the one-pager report.
Thank you, Naomi.
Thanks, Naomi.
And Chris and Karen, thank you all. I'm just trying to look ahead next Friday when we try and make all those numbers work.
Yeah. Okay.
Thanks.
All right. So the next one is going to be our aeration system improvements, S810600. This is for aeration at the wastewater treatment plants. Aeration is the thing that feeds the bugs that eat the stuff that become the biosolids eventually. This is going to be our aeration system improvements at our aging aeration equipment at the Cox Creek, Broadneck, and Annapolis. We actually recently had a major failure at our Broadneck treatment plant where one of the aerator feeds broke, and basically when you get corrosion on these pipes, if the aeration doesn't get pushed into the water, it doesn't work at all. So that's basically what happened there. But this is an important project for us to get done. X764200 is our wastewater project planning. Again, I mentioned before we were doing a lot of asset management. A large portion of the $7.3 million is for our asset management program. Some of this is for our water program. Another good portion of this is for our utility benchmarking study, which was to do efficiency. We looked at efficiency for electricity, looked for efficiency for chemical usage, efficiency for workflows, and we're trying to meet industry standards and benchmarks. And then there's small pilot projects in this to actually do those so that we can replicate that across our utilities so that we can save money for the ratepayers. And then we're doing a INI study at our Broadwater collection system. We had some high INI issues down there. INI being infiltration and inflow. It's where like rainwater or groundwater gets into the system, and we basically end up having to treat groundwater or rainwater because of how it gets into the system. X 800,000 is our state highway relocation. It's both for sewer and water. We try not to put our major infrastructure in state highway right away when we can. However, we do have some infrastructure in state highway right away. It's always often a great place. It's usually wide open, great place to put stuff. But what happens is when they widen something and they need to put a new storm drain in or something like that, sometimes there's impacts, and then we have to end up moving our infrastructure around. They often have a lot of projects, so we have to sort of estimate how much money we need. We usually partner with them during the contracting event, so that our stuff can happen at the same time as that they need it for us to do. It can happen at the same time as they can. For FY27, we're asking for $19.2 million. FY28, 29, and 30, and 30 onwards, we're asking $6 million and then $3 million FY30. Some of the stuff with the state highway is we'll only get about a year notice when their project is when they're going to go to bid. So we're often making sure that we actually have enough money there, and we have to go ahead and line up an AE and everything. So it's sort of a year might seem a long amount of time, but it's usually not that much of a time in the land of public works to get everything coordinated and done. So we're asking for money in say FY27, $19.2 million based off current existing projects. FY28, $6 million, FY29, $6 million, and FY30 and onwards, $3 million based off of what we knew for projects coming ahead. So,
Chris, can you explain before you move in? Sorry, just because you're here, why 19 and then it's dropping to 6? Can you give us an idea of what?
So I think the $19.2 million, there's a major water line that's going to need to get. The state's going in there. We're having they're having impacts where we're going to have to start moving that water line, and that water line is also aged, so we need to actually get in there and replace it. So that's actually what that big piece of chunk of change there is. The other projects, the 6 million, and 3 million and outwards, those are more, we know that they have projects on their list that are going to be, that's on their schedule. I don't know the full extent of what is required. So it's more like there's a placeholder in FY28, 29, and 30. As I know more, I will revise the cost estimates and make them more.
That's fine. I get that. But is the 19 million, are we talking about 97, Route 3? Do we have any expansion?
I believe it's Dorsey. I believe it's Dorsey Road and Telegraph Road.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I'm going to go on. So that's actually it for my wastewater part of this. Now I'm going to get into water. Is there any other questions on wastewater before I go into water? Yep. Go ahead, Elizabeth.
I have 2 questions. Why is Anne Arundel County the largest groundwater user in the state?
Most of the other large municipalities or large systems, so WSSC covers PG County and Montgomery County together. They pull out of the Potomac. So they get all their water from the Potomac. And then Baltimore City, Baltimore County, Hartford County, Howard County. Actually, Hartford County is split between WSSC and Baltimore City, but there's always they're using the reservoir system. I don't know if you've heard of Lock Raven Reservoir, Pretty Boy Reservoir, Liberty Reservoir. Those are actually all Baltimore City reservoirs that they built a long time ago. Anne Arundel County, with the way we grew, we started pumping water out of the ground, and the magic of where we sit in the coastal plain, we actually have some really thick reserves of water where we are in Anne Arundel County. So if you water as it basically falls from east to west and north to south. So as you go farther to the east and farther to the south, the thickness of our aquifers gets bigger. So we're pulling out water out of the ground that's been in there for eons. Yeah. So
interesting. Okay.
Which I will go. I tell you, part of the reason what we're concerned with and that we want to do the manage aquifer recharge is that water is not recharging back as quickly into these aquifers. So we want to see if we can complete that water cycle.
So. That makes sense. That's good. So thank you. I appreciate that. And then one other question. You talked about S810100. which was improving the water, the minor system,
Minor system, yeah.
system upgrades to the mobile home parks.
Yes.
I didn't see on there the one on the Broadneck Peninsula, Dogwood Acres.
So these were the ones that are listed. All have surface water discharges. So they're ones
Okay.
that that they discharge into a river. I don't know whether Dogwood Acres has one. They might just be like they might have a communal septic system. That goes in
It's
the ground.
failing. Yeah, it is, and it's failing, and they have a lot of issues over there. So that's why I just wanted to
Okay.
on that. And then
They could do a petition project for us, and then we could look at pumping it into our gravity system. It's a potential there.
okay, I will talk to you offline about that.
I don't know if BRF money would be eligible because it's a groundwater, and BRF is typically only available for surface discharges.
Okay. And last question. We've all seen the big sewer spillage in Cabin John running into the Potomac.
Yeah.
Can you address that in relation? Because obviously it's going to affect us also. I mean, it's all going into it's going to go into the Potomac, then it's going to go into the Chesapeake, then it's going to be tidal, and it's going to go all the way up and down the coast. So are we planning on doing anything in Arundel County?
No, but I'll go into two things real quick. One, the Dogwood Acres, I don't want to shut them off out of money on the Bay Restoration Fund. There is stuff for like septic to sewer in the Bay Restoration Fund, so they might be able to get money that way. Okay, so let's go back to the Potomac. Typically, I mean, my personal opinion is I don't think it's going to affect us. We don't pull water out of the bay. We don't pull water out of we're pulling out of the groundwater. So as far as drinking water, there's going to be no concern there. As far as water and water recreation, I don't think I think that while it's a huge volume to the Potomac, by the time it gets into the Chesapeake Bay, I don't think you'll even notice it. If you look at the results from as it's working its way down the Potomac and they're testing it, you can see that right around that first lock, I think they said it was lock 10 or whatever, the E. coli levels there are like 250,000. But by the time they get down around by, the tidal pool down there, they're at they're in the 30s as far as their E. coli hits. By the time it gets down to the mouth of the bay, we're not going to see it. And then there's a current. You wouldn't think there's that much of a current, but there is a current to the bay that does drift it away. I don't think it'll work its way back up.
Okay. And then in addition to that, how are we planning or our inspections of pipes? How is Anne Arundel County doing that to prevent something like that happening here?
Yeah, I completely agree. So one of the things I've been talking about is that asset management program. Right. So we have prioritized. We're going through a prioritization schedule to look at the age, condition. Where do we have breaks? We don't have any pipes those sizes. Actually, the biggest pipe that we have, we're actually getting ahead of it. If you've noticed on Route 2, we're replacing that. So that's a 36-inch force main that we have. It's a force main that takes everything from like Pasadena and Smyrna Park and sends it towards the Broadneck Peninsula there. So we're getting ahead of the game there. That pipe was built in, say, 1980. I think it was 1980. Might be 78. Anyway, so it's about 45 years old. We're replacing it. I don't know how old the one was that was in the Potomac. Interestingly, though, I saw that was on their list to replace. They just didn't. They were going to replace it this summer. They did not replace it in time. We're trying to make sure we get ahead of it. We're trying new technologies out.
Chris, can I interrupt for just a second? Elizabeth, we have a great presentation on what we're doing to control SSOs, sanitary sewer overflows for Anne Arundel County. which is like a half an hour long. I know Chris is trying to give you like the bird's eye view of it. But would you like us to either come back here or meet, or it's something we could do also in the Our Water group? Just to give you a more detail if you're interested.
I think our water group would be appropriate. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That sounds good.
Thanks,
Thank
Karen.
you.
Yeah, we actually have the lowest SSOs, knock on wood, of any surrounding jurisdiction. But yeah.
Yeah, way low. They're like Baltimore's in the millions. We're in less than like 50,000 in gallons spilled. So just
knock on wood.
Putting it in perspective, but yeah. And our pipes are not as big as the DC water one, so that it wouldn't even be possible for us to spill that much. Thank heavens! But so just putting in perspective.
Good to know. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, board members, are there any other questions before we move forward? I do have one question, and maybe Mrs. Henry can answer this at best. If with the hundreds of millions of capital investment in these projects, and I know they're necessary and needed and must be done, but how long will it take? Is it immediate, or is it 4 or 5 years for these projects to trickle down and appear on the utility bills of the end user?
So the way we do rate modeling is we take all these projects, they go into our rate model to look at what kind of revenue we're going to need over the next 30 years, really. And then we look at how much, increases we're going to have to do in order to afford the capital program. So it's a pretty intensive exercise that we do on our end. We have done a rate study this year, and we've been presenting it to the county executive. So we may see some changes to how we do our rate, like what we charge and how we charge it. If all that goes, waiting for the county executive to make a decision on that. He's weighing our recommendations that have been made by our consultant. So so we have to look at growth and what we predict the growth's going to be based on the strategic plans that are out there and overlaid with the regional plans. And so that's how we do growth and how we determine capital facility connection charges, which pay for growth. And then we're looking at our maintenance projects and our rehab projects and everything that's just keeping our system going. And that's how we identify what our needs are going to be in the infrastructure management fee. I keep doing that. Infrastructure maintenance fee. So does that answer your question?
It does. If it's a 30-year look, I'm just wondering how often it's adjusted.
Every year we review it to see, we have a minimum balance we're supposed to keep in order to be a viable fund. So we look at, are we raising enough revenue to meet that minimum balance in the sinking fund? That's what the debt service fund, what we pay for capital projects out of. So we review that every year. And then we look, do we need to ask for more money, or are we good for the next year? And we do that every single year. Also looking out for 30 years. So we might look good next year, but are we going to need money, 10 years from now?
Okay, thank you. That answers my question.
You're welcome.
Okay, Chris, moving forward.
All right, I'm going to get into the water projects. So I think this will go relatively smoothly, hopefully. So I'm going to go over all the ones that are in blue here. So first off, there's our elevated water storage tank projects. So we're asking for, just in FY27, $600,000 and $10.3 million in FY28. This is a multi-year project. Currently, we have 3 tanks that are planned for under construction, and one at Hammonds. There's one at Little Patuxent. It's called Little Patuxent. It's down off of 198. That just it's just bidding out. I'm not sure if we got costs in or not, but and then the Heritage Harbor one, we're looking for the best location we can to put this one in. And so we're asking for that $10.3 million is mostly for the cost of that last one, the Heritage Harbor one. So Crofton 2 water treatment plant expansion. We actually, this is going to take us from 15 to 20 MGD for capacity wise. We're asking for $6.7 million in FY27, and $2.8 million in FY28, and $21.3 million in FY29. We recently just got bids in and that's why we're asking for the increase in FY27 to the $6.7 million. This will be a better slide for you. The $2.76 million is designed for 2 new wells, 14 and 15. And then at FY29 is for the construction of the new wells in 14 and 15. This is for, these wells are actually for, you don't want to just have exactly 20 million gallons of well capacity. You need to have like, say, 25 million gallons of well capacity. So in case some of your wells are out of commission, you're still able to pump all the water that you need. Really important project. We're going from 15 to 20. Right now in the summer months, we're hitting near 14.2 or so, or 14.3 in those peak periods in the summer. So we're starting to hit our limit of the current existing plant. So we need to get this one up and running and out. Next up is the Arundel water treatment plant expansion. This is a well project. This is another one of those redundant wells. It's going to be bid out this year. We're we're asking for additional $5.3 million to get this over the hump and get this one done. This will be the last part of this project to get done. East-west transmission main. A few years ago, back in 2018, we went independent from Baltimore City for our drinking water system. Part of that whole going independent is we need to sort of create the backbone, the spine of our transmission system. That's what this piping is going to be for. It's going to be so we can move our water along the whole north part of the county between the east and the west, connecting in the Glen Burnie low pressure zone with the Glen Burnie high pressure zone, with the Airport Square, and then over to Maryland City, Jessup, all that sort of connecting that all together so that we can move water back and forth. We added funding in FY30 and 31 based on current estimates. And this is actually, we start bidding out the first couple projects this year on this. It's going to be a multi-phased construction, probably trying to think. I think there's different, like 9 different phases, 9 different sections of contracts that are going to be going out on this. So it'll probably take at least about 10 years to get through this whole thing. The AMI water meter program, this is going to be where we're going to be able to connect up essentially sort of like smart meters so that we can get information from the meters. It's going to be over a radio or a cellular connection, so that we don't have to send folks out to read the meters. We'll be able to get that data in. Also, it's going to allow customers to actually see within real time their water and sewer demand. I put this one up here because this is when we actually decreased the cost. We overshot the estimate. We bid this one out. We got costs in, and we're actually asking for $8.4 million less than we were expecting. So this is actually a win. The only reason I'm putting this one up, though I'm very excited about this project. So the Arnold.
I'm sorry, before you talk about, why isn't the consumer paying for that? Why is the county paying for you to put a meter on their water supply? We currently have 139,000 water meters out there. Basically, this is going to be putting 139,000 sort of cellular connections on, so that instead of us going around and reading the meters, physically reading the meters that are already there, we're going to be able to receive a signal that's going to tell us what the water usage is.
If I may interject, because
Yeah.
I know you're going to give an engineering answer.
Sorry.
It doesn't really need that. We own the meters. They're equivalent to a cash register. That's how we get our money in order to then know how much water people are using. So we own them. We're responsible for maintaining them. And now we want to upgrade them to this new system so that we can identify leaks quicker, so that we can get the revenue quicker than we are, so that we can we hopefully will be able to have less staff because it'll be all automated and not have a meter reader actually having to go out, get out of their truck, open up a meter lid and read the meter. It can all be done automated, and many other advantages of it. So, and water conservation, it's better for the environment. So that's basically why the public doesn't pay for their own meters and we do. Does that help?
Yes, you answered my question, but I still don't see why the public shouldn't be paying for their own meter. I mean, I had to pay to
A
put a
meter's
new
like
meter.
20, they're like $15,000 each. So it's going to be pretty hard to get them to upgrade their meter. I mean, it's like BG&E to, essentially they're paying for it because it's a part of their costs in order to maintain our system.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And thanks. I was really going to give a super engineered.
I knew you were. I could tell.
I'm very excited. I'm very excited about this project because it's going to be so much cool data that we can look at and run our system even more efficient all the time. So, anyways, all right.
Yeah,
I'll go to the next one.
It's an awesome project.
Yeah. So, our Arundel water treatment plant upgrades. This is a mixture of different upgrades at the Arundel plant, including fire system alarms, process control systems, SCADA system upgrades, a new admin building, a new maintenance building facility. Current request is for $3.2 million based off current estimates. Total project cost is $21 million. Our Dorsey water treatment plant improvements, we're asking for $10 million in FY27, $7 million in FY28, and $25 million in FY29. This is a similar project in the fact that it's going to upgrade sort of the fire control systems, project control systems, SCADA equipment. It's going to build a new maintenance building area there, painting of structures, things that it's also going to extend the useful life of our treatment plant there. When this is completed, we were trying to figure out how to extend Dorsey treatment plant, and I think this is going to be the way to do it. It'll save us from constructing some other infrastructure later on, or at least push that time frame back. So it'll be a win for us on this one. Lead service line replacements. We're asking for $8.6 million in FY27, $9.5 million each year out, total of $61 million. This is one where we're asking for money that I don't think we're going to end up using. So we're going to end up not using it all here. The reason is this is a lead service line. There's a regulatory need for us to replace all of the potential lead service lines in the county. We are lucky enough that back in 1936, the county passed legislation that said you can't use lead in our service connections. So we only have about 6,000 service lines that we don't know what they are, and so we have to do an investigation to find out what they are. The cost that's in here is roughly the cost that it would be if we had to replace every single one of those 6,000. I think it'll be a lot less, but we just wanted to make sure that we had enough funds in here to do that. Recent County Bill 9425 passed. It's going to allow us to go in and actually to go into private property and to do test pitting to find out what those service lines are. So that will be one that'll be coming up. And then finally, X764300 is our water project planning. Again, this is one, most of the cost that's in FY27 is both our our asset management plan. This is that where we're trying to figure out when do we need to replace pipes, or other infrastructure, so we can best plan that out. We're also doing utility benchmarking here, which again is looking at how do we use chemicals and electrical and efficiency and workflow to create the most efficient system for us so we can save money. And then we're also doing an upgrade of our lab here, and this is where the planning design is happening. So I think that's it for all the water projects. Do you guys have any questions on any of the water projects?
Thank you, Chris. Let's see here. Board members, any questions on the water projects?
So I am a fan of the water meter project. When do you think that will be starting?
So it's going to happen over 5 years. We're going to be doing the alpha, which is the first test phase. I want to say It's if it's not starting this year, it's definitely going to start next year. Basically, we're gonna install a certain amount of them in an alpha setup. So an alpha being the first phase. We take a little area. We're gonna design all the software for it, work all the bugs out, and then we're gonna do a beta phase, which is gonna be much bigger, probably like I don't know, like 20% or a quarter of it. And then we're gonna get it all done. The last 3 years of that 5-year stint is gonna get all the rest of them. So within 5 years, everybody will have this connection. So that's the plan.
Good, thank you.
Board members, any other questions? Nope. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much,
Thanks.
Chris and Karen, for your presentation and answering all the questions we ask. And good job getting us all some water and sewer service. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye.
Thank you.
Okay, board members, with that, is there anything new today? We are done with our agenda, and if there's nothing new, we'll look for a motion to adjourn, and we'll see everybody next Friday at 9 a.m.
Motion to adjourn. Thank you all. Great job.
Second.
Is there a second on the motion?
I think Lawrence just did it.
Lawrence just
Yeah.
did.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, all board members, for all your time and great questions. And Naomi, we are looking to you lead the charge next week. So thank you
Make
for
your
everything.
magic happen. Yeah.
And everybody here today, thanks for all the participation. And have a great weekend. And we will see everybody next week. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
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 Any nays? Motion carries. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Gus.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks.